Yay, okay. Everything is set up. Oh, why isn't my mic muted? Why isn't my mute? Uh-oh. What's happening? Oh, I see, okay. That's weird. What about now? No? Huh. Interesting. Hey. Ah, no sound. That's weird. Huh. Why is it muted? Huh. Do you guys not hear me? Not connected. I just did this. Hello? Hello, hello? Okay, what the hell? How about now? That's fucking weird. Huh. Okay. That says it's working. Why is TikTok not picking it up? That's hella weird. What? Can you guys hear me now? Okay, weird. I don't know why that happened, but now I have audio again. Can you guys hear me now? Yeah, that was crazy. I had to re-add my microphone to TikTok for some reason. I don't know why. That was weird. It was the same setup too. Like the setup that was not working, I literally set it up the same, and now it's working. That's hella weird. Anyway, welcome. I'm glad you guys got a few minutes to come in here. Why aren't you vegan yet? I only want to talk to people over 18. I have some resources. Please check them out. Whatever it is you believe, you should always be checking out information, learning what's going on in the world around you, how to be a better person. Because if you were in a state that of being oppressed, you would want somebody to, at least avoid demanding your exploitation or oppression. So definitely check out these resources if you're worried about nutrition. The Vegan Dailey Dozen is a great place to start just because you can get everything you need in a day, easy checklist. Below that, I've got 2 vegan challenges, Vegan Easy and Vegan Outreach. They both have I forgot how long Vegan Easy is. I think it's 30 days. And Vegan Outreach is 10 weeks to vegan. Both are great. They provide you that community and mentors to help you make the transition. But you have to be motivated yourself. They're not there to sit there and convince you. They're there to support you. And then on the other side of me, I've got some documentaries you should watch. Definitely check these out. Probably these first before the nutrition information. Dominion is a great documentary. Just shows you the standard practices of animals, what we do to use them. And Dairy is Scary below that. It's only 5 minutes. Just shows you what's inherent in dairy. It doesn't matter which mammal it is. this is inherent. You have to have all these steps in order to get milk from someone. So you should watch it if you consume dairy and you think it's moral or you don't think it harms the animal. You should go educate yourself. So with that in mind, like I said, over 18 only, please. Ben, I saw you in the chat. Good to see you, Ben. Thank you for letting me know, too, that you could hear me. And James, thank you for letting me know as well. Thank you. Yes, let's go! Okay, I think that's everything. All right, Dyer, I apologize. Thank you for waiting. Are you over 18? I saw you in the chat. Are you over 18? Wow, that's terrible. You're a terrible person. Like, you're bringing down others to make yourself feel better. You're what we call a bully, which usually means you're compensating for something. Derek, are you over 18?
Yes.
What year were you born?
I was born 2005.
Okay. Why aren't you vegan yet?
I'm not vegan because I don't want to be vegan.
What does veganism mean?
I'm sorry?
What does veganism mean?
Eating no meat. And then there's like an alternative. Isn't there like an alternative for dairy and all that?
So veganism is a principled stance against the exploitation of sentient beings like you or other animals. Has nothing to do with a plant-based diet.
But
Vegans happen to avoid animal products because using animals is oppression.
it's oppression.
Do you know what oppression means?
Yes, I know what oppression means.
So it means the prolonged cruel treatment of somebody. Do you think we oppress animals?
Yeah, I mean, what's it called? The animals were made specifically for eating.
Do you think
like
it's
cows.
fair? Do you think it's fair to oppress animals?
Animals don't have souls.
Okay. You can't prove that a soul exists, but we can prove that animals are sentient. Do you understand that animals are sentient?
What does sentient mean?
Means the ability to experience life, to have a subjective experience. They can experience emotions like joy, fear. They can suffer.
Yeah, but they don't have personalities.
So do you agree that they are sentient?
I mean, some animals do have
answer my question?
personalities. I'll give it that. Okay, go ahead. What was your question again?
Do you understand that animals are sentient?
Sentient, yes, I do understand that.
Okay.
But that
do you
doesn't
understand?
stop
Do you understand that?
stop us from
Do you understand that
seeing our
humans?
primal ways.
Do you understand that humans are sentient?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, so then what is the morally relevant difference that makes it okay to enslave animals but not humans? Morally relevant difference.
The difference is that they're animals, we're not.
We are animals.
We're not animals.
Humans are mammals. We are animals.
Okay, there's a difference between humans and
So what is the morally relevant difference
and our primal?
between...
If you were a cave,
What is the morally... I mean, if you can't have a conversation, I can just move on. Can you answer my question? Okay, so what is the morally relevant difference between humans and animals that makes it okay for me to enslave one but not the other?
Because we're a lot different than animals are.
Name the morally relevant difference. I'm going to give you one more time. I've asked you 3 times, if not more. Name
Just
the morally...
Just go cook me a steak already, bro.
Okay.
Wait, I'm actually in.
Not cereal. Are you over 18? There's something going on with your account. I don't know what that is. Hey, are you over 18?
Hey, my age is in my bio. I'm 19.
Okay. Sorry. I didn't mean to mute you. Go ahead, unmute yourself. It's fine that you're over 18. That's all I wanted to know.
Yeah, my age is in my bio. I'm not trying to like argue or anything. I 100% respect your decision. I'm sorry?
Just answer my question. I don't care if you respect me. It's not about me that I'm here. It's about the animals. So why aren't you vegan?
I gotcha. My issue with with the vegan perspective is...
That's not what I asked you. No, if you can't answer my question, I'll move on. Why aren't you vegan? Why are you still using animals?
I'm not vegan because I feel the reason of being vegan doesn't apply to plants as it applies to animals.
Of course it doesn't apply to plants. They're not sentient.
If you take a flower out of water, it dies. It's very much alive.
Again, plants are not sentient. Do you know what sentience means?
I do not.
Sentience means the ability to have a subjective experience. It means to experience emotions like joy, sadness, pain. Plants don't have the organs required to do that.
I understand that.
They're not sentient. They're just existing. So why are you still using animals that are clearly sentient?
The same reason why I don't eat cats, and the same reason why I don't eat... I don't really know how to...
Why are you still
eating... I'm kind of getting backed into a
That's
corner
fine.
here.
Okay, I'll slow down. So I don't really want to catch you off guard. I'm just used to having a lot of dishonest actors. But if you're here to be honest, I have no problem slowing down a little bit. So animals, they're sentient. They feel pain, right?
Right.
Do you agree that it's immoral to cause animals unnecessary harm?
Yes, I do. I do understand how that can be seen by that.
I agree. So you agree then, locking a dog in a hot car for my convenience is immoral?
Yes.
Would you agree that breeding dogs for dog fighting is immoral?
Yes.
Yeah. And can I ask you, why do you think those things are immoral?
I think they're immoral because, as you said, animals are sentient. Animals do have a feeling, and they can process that kind of information as torture. They do let out pain, it's very much, it's very much easy to be seen that they are going through pain.
Right. Exactly. So, is there anything that you think we need from animals that we can't get from other sources?
I do feel like when we're talking about beef and pork and chicken, I do feel like we have came to a point in time where they are bred to be eaten. I understand how that can be seen as immoral. At the same time, I do feel like it can be seen as beneficial.
So, would you agree it would be immoral if I was to start breeding a new species of human that's really dumb for us to use for their meat, for their skin, for their poop, as fertilizer, for their hair? Would that be immoral or moral because we're getting benefits?
And that's where it gets kind of tricky, because when you start to go to different parts of the world and stuff, you do find people who do consume humans, other humans who do consume humans, and that might not be looked at as immoral. Me personally, when we're talking about beef, pork, chicken, and other sorts like that,
my scenario, what do you think of my scenario that I painted for you?
Personally, I think that's immoral.
Right, I agree.
But it all comes down to an individual's moral compass.
What about the people I'm enslaving? Do we care what they want?
No, I completely understand, but at the end of the day, we're not talking about humans.
Right, but I'm asking you, why is it immoral for me to enslave those humans?
Because they're humans?
That's begging the question. Why
animals.
Is it immoral? Well, humans are animals, and these humans are a new species of humans, so they're the equivalent, let's say, to cows and pigs, which are compared to our toddlers. So why is it immoral for me to enslave them?
I wouldn't say enslave. I would say farm and crop is more moral to use.
Is it moral for me to farm these humans?
Me personally, no.
Right, why?
That's where I feel it comes down to the individuality.
So do you care more about the farmer, or do you care about the humans being farmed?
Neither.
You don't care about human rights violations?
We're not talking about humans, we're talking about animals that are being farmed to be
humans.
resourced.
I said humans.
But
What's
I don't
wrong
eat
with
humans.
me farming humans?
Because it's not an animal.
Humans are animals. I feel like we're going in a circle here.
Humans are mammals, I'm sorry.
Yeah, mammals are animals.
Mammals aren't
Go
animals.
look this up.
Mammals is a
Humans are animals. We're just another type of animal.
humans and animals
Human just
differentiate
indicates our
from each other.
species. You're just naming
Exactly
different
that.
species, but we're an animal. Do you
We're
understand that we're an
mammals.
animal?
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to argue, but I
You
do
are,
feel
though.
like when
Tell
you
me,
differentiate,
do you understand that humans are animals? Yes or no?
I don't agree being screamed at. I would.
Okay. You can go cry. I don't care. I think the fact that it's probably because you're being a coward. You don't want to admit that humans are animals because then you're going to recognize we're more similar, and that you can't even answer to me why it's immoral for me to enslave humans. That's terrible. Terrible. Hamadu, are you over 18?
Well over the age.
Did I say your name right? I feel like I might have.
It's how made you look. It's not.
How made you look? Okay, gotcha. Okay, I see now it's a sentence. I didn't see your whole name until I hovered over it. So why aren't you vegan yet?
Me personally, it's not something that I think is important. When it comes to diet, I think it's more important that we have a balanced, natural diet, which does include animal products. I think people get away from the thought about being vegan, thinking it's all about just abusing animals. Of course, I don't go out and just like see a squirrel and throw a rock at it just for the hell of it. But if people are consuming animals for their health, for their families, I mean, we have to get energy from something, and you can't just get everything from plants.
Okay.
My argument about...
Okay, hold on. You've talked a lot. Do you know the definition of veganism? Because you're going off, I don't think you understand what it is. You can unmute yourself now. I just didn't want you to keep going. What's the definition of veganism? Or what does it mean?
Well, I don't know the exact definition, but to me it's more so just about not consuming animals, but it's about not using any animal products.
Yeah, so that's not what we do. Why do you think we do that?
Why do I think vegans refuse to use animal products, let's say like honey or cotton? Yeah. Not cotton, like cotton. Wool from animals? Yeah. Not cotton, cotton's natural. Do you perceive it as the animals don't have a say in the matter and we're just taking and abusing?
Do you understand that animals are sentient?
Animals are sentient, but I also believe plants have some level of sentience as well.
So there's an article, a scientific article that goes over the last 50 years of studies that focus on plant sentience. And they talk about what is required for sentience and how sentience is looked at. All the studies that claim plants might have some level of sentience are not reliably repeated. Whereas the ones that name all of these happenings as just running into things and responding, reacting to stimuli, those studies have been reliably repeated. So the conclusion comes to that plants are not sentient, they don't have the organs to do so, and there's no evolutionary benefit for them to experience suffering. That's why they don't move, because it's not beneficial for them. They don't need that, right? They don't have a preference, because preferences didn't aid them in their evolution. Animals did start to make preferences. We do each have a unique personality. So we all have evolved to experience subjective feelings so we can move away from harm.
I find that hard to take, though, that plants don't have...
Well, that's fine. Whatever you want to believe is fine, but you should be informed by science, not just what you feel.
Okay, but the definition of sentient is to be able to perceive or feel things. A plant can feel...
No.
It doesn't just go to emotions. No.
Plants cannot feel. They cannot feel.
It's about your...
Plants do not have a brain or central nervous system. They are not sentient. Even if I'll steel man you. Let's go along with this hilarious scenario that plants are sentient. Who eats more plants? If they're sentient, that means we need to care about their welfare and their preferences. Why?
But then you're getting away from reality.
So then why, if we need to care about plant sentience, why are you demanding so many more plants be birthed into existence to experience the suffering of being eaten by animals? Because the animals you use eat pounds of food. So many more plants.
You're getting away from the point that
I don't really want to talk to you if you're really going to defend plant sentience. That's so silly. Oh, Ozark, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, there you are. TikTok looks like it kicked you for a second.
Oh, no, I was going to just run through, like, how exactly the plants are, harvested and all that stuff.
Yeah, please do. I would love to hear it, please. They need to hear it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just like most of the plants that are consumed have already finished their life cycle by the time we harvest them, or we're just picking reproductive organs from them, and that doesn't harm them.
Exactly. And if anything, the plants have had advantages of us actually fiddling with them, taking their fruits, and we've made them thrive as plants, right? Like, we're not hurting them as they don't make preferences, they don't suffer, they just keep going, and we're helping them keep going. Whereas animals, they suffer, they have preferences, and we're going against those.
I think it's just more bizarre that you were explaining how animal agriculture requires more plants, and he was still trying to justify it.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I hate that argument, because it's clearly, they're not coming from an honest place when they bring up that argument. They just think, oh, because I or you and I eat plants, that it's between eating a plant and an animal. It's like, no, if you care about the plants, you're going to cause more harm to them. I just don't understand how they don't understand that math. Animals eat more than us. And not on top of that, there's 92.2 billion mouths to feed, just land animals, right? It's not even us. So it's the 92 plus the 8 billion humans that we have to feed on this planet. And we could feed everybody if we stopped. Yeah.
Like a large statistic that's often overlooked is farmed fish too. Like a massive amounts of farmed fish eat soy.
Yep.
So it's way more than 92 billion.
Yep. And they do that to fatten them up faster. And then they also go and clear out the oceans of wild fish and feed some of that wild fish to the farmed fish. What are we doing? So many lives. It's just... Anyway, are you ready for the next one?
Yeah.
Let's go. Hey, Frisia, I see you there. I'll try to keep my eye on the chat, guys. I'm sorry that I don't. Hey, Bulls and Blood, are you over 18?
Yes.
Okay. Why aren't you vegan yet?
Why am I not vegan?
Oh my God, you're talking.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you.
Okay.
So why
I'm
aren't
not
you vegan
vegan
yet?
because...
Yeah.
Well, because I like meat for one thing, but I don't believe that that not eating meat has anything to do with being cruel to animals.
Do you know what veganism is?
I do.
Oh, what is it? Tell me.
Well, you don't eat anything that comes from animals.
So that is something we do, but that's not what veganism is. Veganism is a principled stance against the exploitation of sentient beings. It's an ethical principle that humans should live without using animals. So
and what would you do with all the animals if you stopped harvesting animals? What would you do with the billions of animals that would basically strip the planet of all natural resources?
So I assume that you mean if the world went vegan overnight. Is that what you mean?
Right.
Okay. So it's unrealistic, but I'll answer it. That is, if everyone went vegan, they'd have the mindset that they don't want to use animals for their benefits anymore. So we would come together as humans and decide what we're going to do, potentially put them in sanctuaries and care about their well-being until they naturally pass away. About 20 years, we wouldn't have any more domesticated animals. And we could focus on feeding humans. We could reduce our land use by 75%. We could reduce our greenhouse gas emissions greatly. We could reduce our water use by a third. And we could still feed at the same time 10 billion people.
So you're saying kill off the animals to help them?
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. You're clearly misunderstanding what I said. Here, I'll walk you through it.
It sounds like what you're saying is the animals would have to go.
Let me grab your hand so we can walk through this. So what I said was the animals could go on sanctuaries. You know what sanctuary means? Do you know what a sanctuary is? So there are places where people care for animals and they don't use them. Oh, it's crazy, right? So what we could do, since the world went vegan overnight in this hypothetical, we could care for the animals in sanctuaries until they pass. And the longest lived ones are, okay, are about 20 years. His wife must have made him jump off.
Oh, I missed it. I was hooking my dogs up with some antibiotics, so I walked away.
Oh, that's okay. He wasn't worth it anyway. I don't know why he left. Maybe he accidentally left. Salty Sea Dogs. Are you over 18?
I am.
Right on. Why aren't you vegan yet?
I am not vegan because I enjoy eating meat, and also I don't believe it's morally wrong to eat meat.
Okay. Do you understand that animals can feel pain?
Yeah.
Do you understand that they're sentient? They're having a subjective experience?
Yeah. Do you, just one quick question. Do you believe it's wrong to kill a starfish or an oyster?
Yeah.
Even with no sentience?
Yeah, I practice the cautionary principle because they might be sentient and we just don't know yet. They do seem to have at least some kind of nervous system, so that makes me want to, proceed with caution. I don't need to use them, so I don't.
But aren't they just reflexes the same as plants?
Hey, Salty, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Just based on a premise you mentioned, you think that it is morally permissible to consume meat, right?
Correct.
All right. So, are you aware that it's permissible to eat humans for meat as well?
I didn't catch that, Ozark. Can you say it one more time?
Yeah, you cut out.
From the beginning.
I was asking if
Oh no, it muted you again.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? I turned off my Wi-Fi because I walked outside. All right. Gotcha. No, I was asking if you think it's permissible to eat meat. Seeing that we can derive that from humans, would it be morally permissible to, farm humans for meat?
No.
Why not?
Well, for one, obviously there's some instances of it, but most animals, typically don't eat their own kind. Obviously,
actually, cannibalism is common in over 1,500 species in the animal kingdom. And it's also been considered common in humans up to actually quite recently.
Right. Yep. Which humans, obviously, we've evolved. So animals, below us that aren't our species can never get to the same level of sentience that we have.
So there's a couple of implications here. You're implying, that we evolved, so why can't we evolve away from consuming other animals when we don't have to? And also that really just doesn't address why, we shouldn't consume humans. All you're saying is that, because we've evolved and moved past that, that's not really a reason.
No, our understanding, our brains, our collective reasoning has grown stronger over the years, whereas animals stay the same.
Do you mind
never gain the same knowledge that we have.
Okay, so that being the case, can I ask you when the last time you experienced reality as another animal outside of yourself?
I guess you could ask the furries.
No, I'm asking you, when you've legitimately lived life as a non-human animal.
Well, I'm not a furry or, another.
No, furries aren't doing that. I'm asking you, can you just answer the question? It's a simple question.
I just said no. I just said no.
So you haven't. All right. So, so essentially, you're making an assumption about how these other animals experience reality based on your own personal experience, and not having experienced life or reality as another animal. I mean, every single animal in the animal kingdom is unique from each other. It's not just humans are unique from other animals. We're all different, right? So you're making this assumption that their experience of reality, even though it might be different than yours, is somehow less valid. Is that correct?
That is correct. Like, for example, have you ever seen an elephant?
So
Where
I
another
guess
species builds
what
an electrical
authority do
panel?
you have? I guess what authority do you have to, make that determination? Their life is less valuable.
Well, I'm an animal. I have a prey drive. We're animals.
You don't have a prey drive, dude.
We do. Humans have a prey drive.
Humans don't
Natural
have a prey drive. No, they
They
don't.
do.
Okay, so you look at
have a prey
What do you think
drive.
what do you think testosterone
We
is?
need to protect our society from you if you're a predator, because we don't call humans predator as a good thing.
Yeah, do you watch children like chasing rodents, trying to catch them and eat them?
No, I don't.
Okay, then we don't have a prey drive. Like, humans don't have a prey drive.
So let me ask you: whenever a caveman, would kill animals, what
Are you a
powers their body?
caveman?
What gives them the drive?
Are you a caveman?
I
If you
root
shop at a
caveman
grocery
tactics.
store.
I hunt with an addle, so with a spear.
Yeah, but that's still not a prey drive, though. Like, you do when you see like rodents running, do you get the drive to chase after them?
I do.
No, you don't. You're full of
I
shit.
do. I usually shoot them.
No, you don't. You don't get the drive. You don't start salivating at your mouth and like huffing and puffing and get excited to go chase a rodent, dude. You're lying.
Yeah. I'm not going to deal with liars. As soon as it's very clear that they're not being honest, I just don't care anymore. Like, you're not going to be honest, and we're not going to go anywhere, productive. Hilarious. Yeah. Great job, Ozark. Yeah, that was kid. All right. Guts. Are you over 18?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Okay, why aren't you vegan yet?
Because God tells me to eat meat.
God tells you to eat meat.
Yeah, he says don't eat unclean meat.
Okay, can I join your religion as a vegan?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so it's just a choice.
Hmm.
Your God doesn't tell you to eat
Wait,
animals.
You said it's a
he
choice
just
to
permits
eat meat?
you.
No, he says in the Bible. Don't eat unclean meat.
What Bible?
The Holy Bible?
The Judeo-Christian Bible?
Yeah, let me grab it. Hold on.
So, can you flip to chapter 1, the Garden of Eden?
I got it. It's in King James.
The Garden of Eden is in that one. Ozark, did you want to add something?
Yeah,
Sorry.
and it says don't eat unclean meat.
Hey, so since you have your Bible handy, are you saying that we should derive our ethics from the Bible?
A little bit.
No, it's a simple yes or no question. You're invoking the Bible, so I'm asking you, is that where we should derive our ethics and morals from?
Yeah, I believe in the Bible.
Okay, cool. Can you flip to Leviticus 25:44 since you have your Bible handy and read that for us?
I mean, you already know what it is, so what's the point of me getting
I already do, but I want you to read it since you're invoking your Bible. I don't know if you know exactly what your Bible entails, so...
I mean, it says don't eat unclean meat.
Okay, so I'm going to read you since you're unwilling to do it. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living amongst you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and you can take them slaves for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. Are you an Israelite?
Yeah, I'm Hebrew.
I doubt it. I'm just saying. So you think it's okay? So you think it's okay?
You doubt it?
So you think it's okay for people to like Israelites to keep non-Israelites as slaves, even if you are?
What do we get hold on. What do we get here at?
Oh well, I mean, we do derive our ethics from the Bible, right?
I thought we were talking about eating animals, though.
No, I asked you specifically about ethics, and when it comes to exploiting other animals, that's an ethical issue that you're justifying with the Bible.
Are you alluding to humans being animals?
Humans are animals, but
so why are we made different? Why is it saying the Bible was made different?
Are you seriously not tracking? Are you seriously not tracking? Yeah. Ozark has been so clear. Like,
no, I'm tracking. It's just we're made different from animals.
He's talking about other parts of the Bible and how it tells you how to enslave others.
I don't think animals are made with sand.
Yeah, you
so
can't.
I will answer your question.
Go ahead.
I will answer your question if you finish my question. So I want to know, you said that deriving our ethic, like we should, or that you derived your ethics from the Bible, right? And I read you a different passage regarding ethics that plenty of people would find abhorrent today, a concept which is never prohibited in that book. Like, and I'm asking you, if we derive our ethics from the Bible, you say yes. I'm pointing out, well, then that has implications, because then we need to also consider all those other stuff. Right. So do you think that deriving ethics from the Bible, given that it nowhere prohibits slavery and actually gives specific instructions in both the Old and New Testament on how to keep slaves, do you think the Bible is a good place to derive ethics from?
I need you to unmute.
Well, you muted me.
Yeah, I said I invited you to unmute. Go ahead and answer Ozark's question.
He said, what did he say again? He said, you said,
very basically, you said that we derive our ethics from the Bible, and I presented a passage that has to do with situations that have serious ethical implications today. Essentially, I'm saying that if you imply that we derive our ethics from the Bible, then we need to consider all those other situations where it is, things today that we consider unethical should also be ethical, right?
yeah, in a way, yeah.
So you think slavery is an ethical practice then?
No.
Well, your Bible says it is.
Oh, it says it, but like, you're comparing that to eating. You're comparing that to.
No, I don't think you're really tracking here. It doesn't matter what I'm comparing it to. It comes from the Bible, which you said also says that you should eat meat, which it doesn't really say that. It says you can, it doesn't say you should. But it gives specific instructions on how to keep and maintain slaves in both the Old and New Testament. So do you think the Bible is a good place to derive ethics from?
Well, first off, we're not animals, so we're not animals.
Why is it so hard for you to finish this line of reasoning, man?
We're not animals.
I'm not talking about animals. I'm talking about the Bible and getting our ethics from the Bible, since that's where your whole argument stems from. God said it's okay to do this, and in the Bible it says it's okay to do this. Well, I read a different passage in the Bible where it says it's okay to do something. And you're saying no, it's not. So is the Bible a good place to derive ethics from, or no?
Yeah, it is.
So you think slavery is okay?
I guess.
Oh, okay. Yep. Nope.
I guess we're done then. Like, wow. As soon as you don't believe in human rights, like, oh, of course you're not going to understand us then. That's terrible. Terrible. Terrible bullet to bite.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I mean, like, to your point, which you laid out so clearly, he's saying the Bible says we can use, well, he says have to, but the Bible says we can use animals. And you laid it out clear. The Bible also says you can have slaves. And he didn't want to see that for the longest time and then bit the bullet just to be consistent. Terrible.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest issue, was he knew that he was against it, and he still conceded that it was okay just to remain some semblance of consistency. It was kind of ridiculous.
Super ridiculous. If he was the one being enslaved, he would absolutely see the oppression immediately.
Yeah.
Terrible. All right, let's bring up someone else. Colton. It's taking some time.
Do you want me to let Lori up? She's in the...
Oh, yes! It always puts her at the bottom.
Yeah, I got her.
Thank you. Hey, Lori. I do want to say, though, don't worry so much about asking people in the chat to come up, vegans, because just let the vegans request, not just you, Ozark, but Lori as well. I want you to both, don't worry about inviting vegans up. If they want to come up, they can come up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Let's see.
I can't mute.
Again? Okay.
Yeah.
Every time. All
right,
right.
I'll drop down and come back.
Yeah, I'll add you again. Always.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hey, are you over 18?
Yes, ma'am.
So why aren't you vegan?
Well, specifically, even though I do like eating meat, that's not necessarily the reason I like to get the proteins derived from the meat. Even though I don't like overkilling. I don't like the fact that people are, you know what I'm saying, overkilling animals just to get like skin off of them or the meat off of them. I do believe that you should be eating mostly plants, but I do also believe you should eat somewhat of some meat as well. Because there are some places, like let's say in Jamaica, there are some places that don't have certain crops.
I'm not talking to them. I'm only talking to you. Whatever your situation is, that's what we'll tackle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I understand there are people in fringe cases, and if they want to come up and talk, that's totally fine. I'll talk to them about their situation. But it's hard to talk about individuals that aren't here because they can't defend what they're doing, right? We're just going to make assumptions.
Yeah, I understand. Well, I get that for sure.
Yeah. So
I also don't know why people are saying that humans are animals, because that makes absolutely no sense.
Humans are animals. Humans are just another species of animal.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. So I don't know why people are saying they aren't. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why people don't understand that, other than they're just offended to think that they're related to other animals.
Yeah. Like we're not a humanoid species on this earth alongside them.
Right.
It doesn't make sense to me.
So I just want to make sure I understand you. Would you say that it would be preferable if we could get everything we wanted, like protein, taste, pleasure, without using the animals?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, so it sounds like, the only thing holding you back is just knowing where to start, right?
Yeah.
Or is it just that, you still think that your convenience and taste, pleasure matter more than the cause for the animals?
I'm not going to sit up here and lie and say I don't take pleasure in eating meat, but...
Would you be willing to, from now on, no longer using animals, knowing that they're suffering for you when you get just taste pleasure out of it?
Yeah.
I'll put it this way. If you were, let's say, we're like the most free-range animal, right? We get to do what we want for the most part.
Omnivores.
Yeah. If aliens came down and decided, because we're called long pigs, they find out that we taste like bacon, and they wanted to hunt us, even though they can eat something else, would you find that fair?
No. You know what no. I really... But there's some animals, but I can't really say that because we are omnivores, so we can't eat plants. There are other animals that have to eat meat to survive, so you know what I'm saying? I can't really...
So those animals that are surviving day to day don't have a choice like we do. And on top of that, they don't get the luxury of someone teaching them about morality, and they don't have the luxury of being able to practice morality, right? They're just trying to survive day to day. Whereas we do have that luxury, and that makes us moral agents. And that makes us also have a responsibility to not be a predator to the vulnerable, like children, right? Children are vulnerable. They don't really provide anything to society. But we still find it immoral to exploit them because there's someone in there experiencing life and they care what happens to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the point is, the reason why vegans don't want to use animals is because if they were the animal, they would want the same dignity and respect, right? They wouldn't want to be exploited. Yeah. So when you go into the store and you see those packages, there really is no difference between that flesh of an animal and the flesh of a human.
Very true.
Does that change your mind?
I'm not gonna lie. You definitely you implanted something in my head for sure. I'm gonna be so real with you. You know what I mean? I came up here on trying to understand, you know what I mean, on like an educational point of view, because I do want to hear, you know what I'm saying? I want to understand what y'all be thinking, you know what I mean?
I would suggest you go watch Dominion just as a starting point, because the whole thing behind veganism, it's not a diet. It's just, diet is part of it. We're motivated
to... Just the protection of animals, mostly?
not really protection. It's more about just abstaining from demanding their exploitation. And if you wanted to go further, you could advocate for them like what I'm doing right now. But what I'm asking from people is just to abstain from exploiting them. Just moving your hand in the grocery store, or if you're buying leather or wool, switching to cotton or some other material that doesn't require exploitation, right? Or not going to circuses that use animals, or zoos because they imprison animals, that kind of thing. Because you recognize if you were to trade places with them, that you would hate it.
How would it give?
Yeah, you would beg for mercy, or at least to be, not exploited anymore.
Yeah. Can I just mention really quickly too that we didn't stop consuming animals because we didn't enjoy it. It's the ethical implications behind the action of exploitation, right? And as somebody who really enjoyed consuming animals, it's been almost 7 years now, and I don't even like the thought of it just completely turns me off. I don't even miss it at this point. It's just the concept's gross.
How long would you say it was hard for you to not eat meat?
So I mean, if you can actually connect with the ethics, it's not really hard, as in abstination, but getting the cravings maybe a year at the most. It's been such a long time since I've experienced that I just, I don't even remember. But it was pretty quickly to where I was just no, I learned how to make other alternatives, without having to buy them at the store and stuff like that, that it just, and in fact, it'll definitely up your cooking game if you like to cook, because you learn how to cook with so many more things.
So many more ingredients and stuff like that?
Yep. I mean, you have to think most of the food that's consumed is seasoned with plants to give it those flavors,
Yeah.
So.
All right. Thank y'all. I'm going to let y'all, handle somebody else, because I'm seeing somebody in the comments saying that they could debunk this in 2 seconds. But,
okay.
You know what I'm saying? I'm going to let y'all.
Could I ask, just go check out, the Dominion. Just check
that
out.
Dominion?
Yeah, it's free on YouTube. It is 2 hours, but yeah, it's totally free. And if you do watch it, I would love to hear from you. If you want to private message me or whatever, I would love to, because you sound like a genuine person. So I'd be willing to
I just want to,
you
know what I'm saying? Yeah. Thank you so much for, answering me. No type of disrespecting this type of thing, because a lot of people do get disrespectful on these lives. You know what I'm saying? So I really appreciate that. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. We appreciate you also being respectful.
Thank you. You guys have a good night.
Yeah, you too, Real. Hey, Herbivorous, it's good to see you.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Going well. And Lori, I didn't say hello to you. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Doing all right.
Good.
Yeah.
Herbivorous, have some productive conversations?
That last one was.
Yeah, I missed them.
Yeah, but the ones before, meh. Herbivorous, for some reason, TikTok doesn't like to show your image on my screen. I don't know why.
Aw, dang.
I know, when I replay this, people don't know where you're at.
I noticed that when you were on a live yesterday, too. It wasn't showing your image.
Okay.
I think that's just TikTok being glitchy now.
Yeah, it's got some glitches for sure. Yeah, exactly. You got a new picture. You can't show it off. What's up with that?
Yeah, this is unfair.
Well, I'm glad to have you up here. All right. You guys ready for the next one?
Let's go.
All right, let's go.
You like veal?
Shush.
Was that the guest? Was that Backpack in Black?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Before we get started, why aren't you vegan? Or excuse me, are you over 18? And then why aren't you vegan?
I am over 18. I'm not vegan because I don't agree with certain points of the philosophy.
Oh, like what?
So, if you are using a sheep for their wool and you're not actually doing any harm to them, I don't understand. It seems to me that veganism doesn't bring in the idea that symbiosis can be achieved with other animals. We take care of the animals, we feed the animals, we love on the animals, and then we get something from them.
We force them into those positions and artificially breed them into existence to use them.
If you're going to use that as an argument, though, I feel like you have to reconcile that with the idea of antinatalism.
I actually happen to be an antinatalist, so sure.
So you're okay with people saying, I did not wish to be born. So how do you address that?
Well, I think that, our current system and society is inherently exploitive, and a lot of people have children for exploitive reasons. So yeah, I'm against that too.
Right, but how do you make a choice as to whether or not that person wants to be alive because they don't wish to be exploited?
I make the choice by not reproducing myself because it's my choice to not reproduce.
Okay, and you don't see that on a mass scale that would be potentially bad?
To who? Humans? Because it would be wonderful for the planet.
Right, but you're a human.
Yeah, I don't. I'm included. Everything I say, I'm included in the implications. I understand that.
So why are you still here?
Because I was born, and like any other animal that is here, I have the right to exist.
Right, but most animals also don't commit unaliving themselves. But we have the option of doing that.
So we
my
also
question
have the
is,
option of
as an
not
antinatalist,
exploiting
if you
others
don't
for our
want to be
pleasure.
exploited,
So I don't know what your point is. Right, like your whole premise here is like, because there might be certain circumstances where we might be able to achieve symbiosis with animals, and even though the example you gave isn't really that it's okay to just exploit everybody that we want, because that's essentially what you're justifying here.
I'm saying that exploitation is going to happen regardless of what anything is.
So
If it has some
do you think it's okay for stuff
concept of
like
consciousness,
SA and child
it will be
abuse to
exploited.
exist, or to happen just because it exists?
Say that again?
Do you think it's okay for people to like abuse their children or SA other individuals just because that happens?
I didn't say it was okay. I said it's going to happen.
Sure, but I mean, but what you're implying here is, yeah, it's going to happen, so you're doing it, right?
No.
Then
I
why
said it's
are you
going to
like
happen.
so then why like are you against the unnecessary exploitation of others for somebody's pleasure?
Not necessarily. It depends on what the circumstance is.
So it's a circumstance that you determine to be okay versus something that you don't enjoy, despite somebody else's circumstances potentially being different.
Again, I think it depends on the circumstance, but again, my example would be for this, I like vaccinations. And as far as I'm aware, there's no getting around animal testing for vaccinations or modern medicine.
95% of medical testing on animals when it comes to like chemicals and substances for humans to take have been inconsistent with human trials, meaning that it's not a good metric to use for testing. So
how is it not a good method to use for testing? You said just because it's inconsistent doesn't mean it's not beneficial.
If 95% of positive outcomes are found in animals but determined to be harmful for humans, that's not a good metric for testing. It means that it's inconsistent. Because 95%
so what I'm hearing is it's not
outcomes,
immoral or impermissible, it's just not consistent.
No, I think it's both. Both can be true. I'm just explaining to you because that was an example you used, and I was explaining how it is also a form of unnecessary exploitation.
I don't think it's unnecessary if it's going to save a human life.
Okay, so if it were like 95% of outcomes were positive and also positive in humans, maybe the argument would be there, but it's not that.
I mean, again, I don't think that, to me, that's kind of a false negative there with you're saying that human life really isn't that valuable, so we don't need to do this.
Wait, what? Can you
That's not what he said at all. He said that basically the efficacy of using animals is not worth it. It's barely getting anything, like less than 5% is getting through. So,
right, but that 5%.
Okay, so
let's
why
assume
don't
that
we why don't we allow the little mustache man to keep doing that to people? Because that could have absolutely progressed science way faster, directly testing on humans. Why didn't we do that?
Again,
have you heard
if
of
it
Unit
serves like the
731?
greater good of things, I don't know how you can morally defend it.
Have you heard of Unit 731?
No.
All right, so it was essentially Japan's version of what the Angel of Death was doing in Europe back in that time during World War II, and there were practically no legal implications on Japan because we took all of the medical data, which far surpassed what they were doing in Europe, by directly testing on humans without medicine or anything, like just like the worst conditions you could put a human in just to get answers medically. Like that's where a lot of our medical advances came from today.
Okay, so do you agree with forcing people to do that? Because if
No,
it advanced
I don't.
it, then...
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with unnecessarily exploiting somebody else's autonomy. That's what this discussion is about. You're saying that you're not a vegan because you don't agree with the premise. Well, the premise here is we are abstaining from the unnecessary exploitation of others. And I asked you if you think it's okay, and you said, well, in some circumstances it is. Do you mind providing a circumstance where unnecessarily exploiting somebody else is morally acceptable?
If we were to have to extradite a individual to another country to prevent an escalation in violence, I would
so
be
that
okay
might be
with that.
self-defense. That's a lot different than exploiting somebody.
No, because you're taking away their choice. If they've not done anything...
If they are doing something, if they haven't done
Well,
anything,
if they are
then
doing
I don't
something,
think,
but we're not talking about that. So if they've not done anything...
If they haven't done anything, then I don't think there's any justification to do that. But the way you're implying it was they are going to do something.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying they're going to do something, and we know they're going to do it. If we know absolutely they're going to do that, that's self-defense. That's not exploitation. If you just think they're going to do it and the assumption's unfounded, then yeah, there's ethical issues with that.
Okay, again...
So can you provide a legitimate circumstance where unnecessarily exploiting somebody is morally permissible?
If I'm not mistaken, you get the drug progesterone from...
Actually,
I think it's horses and
all hormones
cows.
available today are produced synthetically for the most part. They're available in synthetic forms.
They are, but I'm
Yeah, so there's
asking
options.
for the majority of them.
The majority of them are available in synthetic form. Like all hormones available today are available in synthetic forms. There are still manufacturers that do get them from animal sources, but that's extremely uncommon as time goes on.
Really, the reason
So
that
can you
you're
provide
not
an
vegan?
example?
I'm really confused because I feel like we are going a little bit long into testing on animals. Is this why you're not vegan? You demand other animals be enslaved because you're worried about testing on animals?
I'm saying there's an inconsistency.
What?
I'm saying that veganism is an inconsistency.
Yeah, but you've yet to provide that.
Let me put... Here's another one. I don't know of any farm that does not kill some form of animal.
Did I just explain to you what the premise of veganism was, right? Avoiding the unnecessary exploitation of others. So if you want to go argue harm reduction and suffering reduction on an overall scale, go debate with some utilitarians because harm is inevitable in consumption. Doesn't matter how ethical your practices are, there's still going to be some sort of harm.
I mean, you guys have the option to not
but we're not
consume.
directly exploiting the animals when we go out to grow crops.
Can I ask this backpack, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that there is death that is caused that we can avoid?
Sure.
Okay. Do you also think there is death that is being caused that we can't avoid?
I don't know.
You don't think there's death that occurs that couldn't be avoided?
On the grand scale of things, no.
You think all
Like
death
everything
can be
is going to
avoided?
die.
Okay, so that can't be avoided?
Death cannot be avoided, no.
Do you think certain accidents that cause death can be avoided?
I mean, some of them could, others not so much.
Okay, great. So do you think that, like, death that you cause that can't be avoided is justified?
Death that I cause that can't be avoided.
Correct. Do you think that is justified in causing that death?
I feel like by definition, it doesn't give you an option to say
It does.
no.
Well, okay, here's the thing. So let's say you're in a situation where death is the only outcome and you have to cause it. You can't avoid it. Do you think that would be justified?
I mean, I always have a secondary option of...
No, I'm giving you a scenario. You
right,
cannot
but I'm
avoid
saying
it.
in this scenario, am I incapable of unaliving myself?
That is, I mean, you could also do that, but either way, there's death being caused that can't
right, but
be
I'm
avoided.
consenting.
No, oh my God. So, okay, without killing yourself, all right, let's say you're in a situation, I don't know how much more.
So now I
can
don't
be
have
here.
consent. I am being
What the hell are you
excluded.
talking about?
So you took away my option. There's two options
I'm
there,
trying
right?
to give you I'm trying just to give you a question. All you have to do is answer the questions I'm asking, okay? If you want to add to the question, you're not going to be answering the one I'm asking. So here's the scenario, okay? You're in a scenario where you must cause death, okay? You cannot avoid it, all right? Is that justified, yes or no?
I have the option to not cause that death
Yes
by
or
killing
no?
myself.
I'm literally telling you that you cannot avoid causing this other death. Is it justified? Yes or no?
By not committing to the act, I'm not doing it.
Can you just answer the question?
Is it justified? Yes
I am answering
or
the question.
no?
This is
You're
a
not.
trolley question.
It's not a trolley question. It's also not
It's
a
a trolley.
trolley question.
It is.
So it's a yes or no question. Is death that you caused that couldn't be avoided, is it justified? Yes, no, or I don't know.
If I am not causing it,
You are causing it.
how am I
It's not
causing
a
it if
hard
I'm
question,
taking my
dude.
own life? Are you suggesting
It's
that I
not
can't?
a hard question.
It's a yes, no, or I don't know.
It's a no, because if I choose not to harm someone because I took it out of my hands to do so, then it's not possible.
Do you believe that self-defense is not justified then?
It depends on what the circumstance is.
The circumstance is self-defense to the point at which a life will be taken. Do you think self-defense is not justified then?
Again, it kind of depends on what it's over.
It doesn't matter what it's over, sir. Is
Like, if I don't,
self-defense
so
that results in a death, is it justified?
what am I defending
Do you
myself
believe,
over?
I'm asking if you believe that self-defense is justified. Yes or no, or I don't know.
Again, I think it depends.
No, that's not an answer.
I was going to say, one of the answers or I'm going to boot you because, my God, come on.
Yeah, I'm just going
say
to
yes.
specify really quick. If you go start shit with somebody and then they attack you, you provoked it. That's not self-defense. We're talking about circumstances where somebody comes and harms you for no reason that you caused.
Right, but harms me how? So let me give you an example. If someone steals from me,
No, please stop, actually.
if someone steals from me, that is harmful.
Please stop, actually. We're talking about something that is going to result in a death, okay? Is self-defense justified? Yes, no, or maybe? Or I don't know.
Again, I've said maybe multiple times.
You did, maybe.
And you just gave me the option of maybe.
Maybe. When is self-defense justified?
When is self-defense in taking a life justified? Just to clarify your
Answer the
statement.
question.
when is it okay to defend yourself? Like, what are some circumstances in which it's okay to defend yourself?
To the point that you have caused a death. When is it justified? Because you said maybe. So it might be justified. It might not be justified. So now I'm asking for you to give an example of when this situation would, in fact, be justified. Proceed.
If someone were to take away the potential autonomy of my being, I would think that that might qualify.
Okay, fantastic. Finally, 500 years later. Okay, great. So you think that self-defense that results in a death when it is an imminent threat to your own life is justified. Okay, correct?
Again, depends.
No, you just told us that was the case. So I'm just clarifying, correct? Are you going to change your answer again?
Than a football bat, like.
I have stated that by taking away my autonomy, if I choose to take away my autonomy, it is different.
Right. So we're not talking about you choosing to take your own autonomy at all. That I don't know why you keep bringing that into this conversation, but that's not the conversation we're having. You said yes, in that sense, in that situation, self-defense would be justified. Correct? Yes. Fantastic. So if that is the justified reason to take a life, how now are you going to justify taking a life if you're not in that situation? How would you
Because
justify
my autonomy
being
is
the
still at stake
aggressor?
by the need to survive. Like I don't understand what you mean. In the case of needing to eat an animal, I'm assuming. Like I'm going to eat what I can
You need to eat an animal?
Say again?
You think you need to eat an animal?
If it's what's available.
Is that the only thing available to you?
It might be the only thing that's available to me that is nutrient dense enough.
Is that actual? You're adding things now. You're shifting the goalpost right now. Is that actually the only thing available to you?
Again, it depends on the circumstance. I don't know where I am in this scenario you've made up.
The only thing. This is such a simple question, my friend. Are animal products the only thing that is available for you to eat right now, currently in your life?
I mean, it would be more expensive for me and more time consuming.
That's literally not what I asked you. Not at all.
I hear what you're asking, but it doesn't make sense.
It does make perfect sense. I'll ask you again. Are animal products the literal only thing that is available for you to eat right now?
Of course not. Again.
Okay, fantastic. So if you do in fact have access to other options, how are you going to justify being the aggressor in the situation where taking the aggressor's life is in fact justified? How are you going to justify being the aggressor?
So I'm confused here. Let me make sure that I get this right. If I am attacked in the wild by an animal, I do have the right to defend myself.
I think so, and so do you. So
okay.
How are you going to
that is the case,
attacking an animal?
Hold on. If that is the case, does that mean I can eat that animal?
This is absolutely so far removed from the conversation we're having. I'm not even going to entertain this incredibly stupid
again, to me, this is a perfectly valid thing. You said that I am doing this in self-defense.
The question again was, how are you going to justify attacking? Justify being the aggressor. Go ahead.
So I have a follow-up question for this.
No,
Let's assume for a second that you're right.
Let's assume for a second you're right. I'm not being right. I'm asking you a question. How do you justify being the aggressor?
One, because I need to eat.
But we've already established you have, in fact, other available options. So again, how do you, you're totally fine. How do you justify being the aggressor in the face of other options? Proceed.
I can be the aggressor because I have the capability of doing so, just like all other animals.
So your argument might make right then?
Yeah.
I mean, most of the time it does. A tiger doesn't think about killing a deer.
Do you think that Schmittler was right in is justified in being the aggressor because he could?
Again, I'm suggesting that in the circumstance of my...
Don't even do that right now. Do you think Schmittler was justified in being the aggressor because he could?
And don't start your response with again. Just answer the question.
Let's recap real quick since you have to think about this. So you just said that you are justified in being the aggressor because you have the capability of being the aggressor. So by this logic, the question that I'm asking you is, if that is the case, this is your reasoning, this is your logic and your conclusion, it was Schmittler justified in being the aggressor because he could. That's a yes, a no, or an I don't know.
I'm not going to entertain a question that says, oh,
well, then I'll just take that as
an animal can't.
All right.
Phenomenal.
Well done.
That wasn't one you were supposed to dodge, backpack. That was a real softball. You could have got that one pretty easy.
That was a wiffle ball.
I dropped him just because, he wasn't going to answer your questions anymore, and I just got tired of him just not going where you're obviously leading. It's so clear. I loved actually that direction you came from, too, because he literally contradicted himself in that whole thing. The whole beginning was you saying, is it justifiable to take life when it's unavoidable? And he squirmed. And then when it came to him making changes, oh, well, this is actually justified. I can take life without provocation. What? What just happened?
Wild.
That's whiplash, man.
And it was so easy, man. I was making it so easy for this guy. I was holding both his hands. I was holding his feet. I was carrying him in my little baby carrier on my back. I was straight like, you know when Chewbacca is carrying C-3PO in that little backpack? He was the backpack. I was carrying him all the way to the end there, but he just couldn't. He
could not. That was
But what I came up to say is about the whole animal testing thing, and I don't know how many people know about this because it is fairly new, but they have basically cultured organs from the cells of those organs that are given freely by participants, right? They've signed a waiver, they're all up into it, and they basically take these cells and create tiny mini versions of these organs. I think right now they have kidneys, a liver, and lungs or something like that. And then they have a skin as well, I think. And they put it on a little microchip, essentially. And then they introduce whatever they want to, whatever substance, whatever thing they want to test. They introduce it into this little human chip, and they can see how, currently only the kidneys, the liver, the lungs, the skin, how that responds to these things. And it's actually at an 85% accuracy. And the animal testing stuff is at 60%. So it's almost like one of those things where it's at some point the animal testing, maybe we couldn't have gotten around that. And 60% is better than no percent. But now we have the human chip, and it's accurate at a rate of 85%, I mean, now there's absolutely no reason to test on animals.
Wow, I didn't know that it was 85 for those. I've heard about the organs on a chip, but I didn't know the details, I guess, about it. I hadn't looked into it. I just knew that it existed. To hear 85% though, that's wow.
It's
What are we
wild. And I mean,
doing
it just gets better every time they retest it, you know what I mean? So in a couple of years, maybe, I don't know even if that, but it could be up at 90%. We could potentially get up to 100. I mean, I don't know. That's wishful thinking, but
we could
Well, it's just
absolutely aim for
unfortunate.
it. Go ahead.
I was gonna say it's just unfortunate though because like breeding animals for testing itself is an industry, you know. So there's going to be a lot of pushback from like stopping stuff like that.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the only thing that would be on the human chip side would to be the data, you know, because at some point you can't refute the data you're getting unless you're absolutely insane, you know?
Like you're that blinded by cognitive dissonance, you can't see the facts that you're seeing in front of you. That would, I hope that we're able as a species to move forward and use what's actually.
Or you're a big corporation and make a lot of profits off of it and just don't care about anybody else.
Yes, exactly. It's just like they have to check a box, so they do it just to check that box.
Yeah, I think that, you know, there's a lot of profit to be had, actually, from the human chip project. I mean, they have, right now, they have the full human chip, quote unquote, is the one with, like, the kidneys, lungs, skin, and I want to say there was something else, but I can't remember. But they have individual chips with, like, only kidneys or only lungs or, you know, things of that nature. And I think it's kind of weird, like, because I'm pretty sure there's profit to be had from this particular industry, and people just, like, can't believe it. They're like, oh, but it's working fine just now, so. But, I mean, they just gotta reach out and see the profit opportunities, I guess, and they'll be fine.
I'm not worried about them. It also comes from us, right? If we, the small peons, are making a demand for that shift, then companies will, you know, make that change and advertise it, which will make them look better than other companies, right? And then there'll be an advantage because they have something that the other companies don't. Others will follow suit. That's usually what goes on. They're like, oh, I don't want to be the company that does the bad thing and, you know, fewer customers. I want more customers.
Yeah, right? Like, they'll be fine.
Yeah, if I saw cosmetics or medication that was advertising that they didn't test on animals, but they tested on a organ on a chip, like that would definitely be a motivator for me. I'd be like, oh, I know for sure that this is safe and they didn't harm animals in the process. Like that would absolutely motivate me to buy their product a little more.
Yeah, and I mean, the cosmetics industry is like, they're not doing badly. And a lot of them are switching to, you know, vegan ingredients, cruelty-free. So, I mean, if they can do fine, so can the other people.
Exactly. Shall we bring up another person? Everybody ready? All right, let's go. Accidental host. Hey, are you over 18?
Hello?
Hi, are you over 18?
I am. Yeah.
Wonderful. Why aren't you vegan yet?
Why am I vegan yet? I mean, I was vegan for a while, just like almost every other vegan who quits, usually within the first year.
Why did you go vegan, or why did you go plant-based?
Pretty horrible feeling off of it. Couldn't maintain heat
You're breaking
and temperature.
You're breaking up.
If it was below 50 degrees, I'd start shaking.
You're breaking up.
Hello?
Hello? What is happening?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. There's like a huge delay. I'm going to drop you if you want to come back up. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, he wasn't responding to you at all, so I don't know if he could hear you or something.
And I hit mute, and it
choppy.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, it took forever until there was a mute sound. So yeah, I don't know what's wrong with TikTok. It was hella delayed on that. If he comes back up, I don't mind him coming back up, but I'm going to go on to the next guest for now. James Jimmy. Which would you prefer to be called?
James is fine.
James? Okay. Why aren't you vegan yet, James?
It's not for me. I just wanted to ask a question. Well, I'll tell you. So
I'll
my
answer
daughter
your question
has
if you answer. I'll answer your question if you answer mine.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't understand. Honestly, I've never looked into vegan, number one. And then number two, it's hard if I have two members that there's no way in the world they could ever be vegan to go vegan.
You have two members? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Two, like family members?
Yes.
Okay. But why does that affect your choices?
It just, because one, I'm just, all my life, I mean, I'm 50 years old, I've eaten meat, basically. And to me, I think it would be kind of hard to go. But my question is, since I do not fully understand veganism, my daughter has cystic fibrosis. Okay, so they require a massively high count calorie.
Okay.
You cannot, am I correct, get that through plants?
Calories? Like
well,
calories,
not only calories, fat intake. Fat, cholesterol, all that.
So you don't, like, your body makes cholesterol.
Not enough.
It does. It's been demonstrated that additional cholesterol actually significantly increases the risk of coronary heart disease. But you can still get enough, especially fat, from stuff like different types of vegetable oils or legumes or nuts and stuff like that, right? Like the highest, most complete profiled caloric dense foods are all plant foods.
Yeah, so her biggest issue, I don't know if you know anything about cystic fibrosis, is the
I
absorption,
do. One of my
absorption
friends
of the
had a
nutrition
lung
value.
transplant.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. What were you saying? Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're perfectly fine. What I'm saying is that I just didn't know if you understood that they require what they call an unhealthy heart diet.
An unhealthy heart diet.
Is this because they don't produce like enough cholesterol?
No, ma'am. No, they don't absorb.
Well, if they don't absorb it, then like consuming additional cholesterol is not necessarily.
It's they get, so she has to take almost 10 pills a day, okay, which aids the creons, which aids in the absorption of what she eats. So she has to either take it within 30 minutes of after she eats, or she can take it prior to her eating. So the issue I would have is I do not know if being a vegan will allow her to get the necessary amount of nutrients and her protein and her.
Yeah, is it okay for sure. Is it okay if we talk about why you aren't vegan, James?
Oh, we can. Like I said, I've eaten meat all my life. I do not know if I could. Personally, I don't know if I would have the strength to do it.
What kind of strength would you need?
Can I just pause really quick because I pulled up an article on PubMed about indices of healthy and unhealthy plant diets and the risk of selective digestive cancers, which included cystic fibrosis. The conclusion is a healthy plant diet, a plant-based diet, especially a healthy plant diet, may reduce the risk of various digestive cancers, whereas obviously an unhealthy plant diet might increase the risk, which is completely valid. So a plant-based diet might actually help.
Like I said, I don't know anything. I just wanted your input. Since
Yeah,
you
for
guys
sure.
are,
I just wanted to pull up the
on
research for you,
veganism.
so that way you
I'm
know.
not. Yeah. No, I totally appreciate it. I'm not here to bash you guys whatsoever. It's just that I just wanted a better understanding.
Yeah, so basically, we just don't believe that you should be taking sentient life if you can avoid it. At the end of the day, for me, it's kind of like, if I don't have to take life, why would I do that? And if it's because I don't know something, then that's fair, but you're here to learn stuff about veganism, right? So hopefully by the end of your time here, you'll have a little bit more information, and maybe you can connect the information you're getting and the things that you may or may not, I don't know, look up after you leave. Like, you can tie that in to the point, or to the point of, you know, not taking life if you can avoid it. You know what I mean? So I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here to learn. The questions we might have for you, some of them might get a little uncomfortable, but that's fine. It's not a dig. It's not a personal attack. But so basically what you're saying is you're not going vegan because you just don't really know how? Is that the case?
No, it's not that I don't know how. It's I don't think I would have the strength. Because like I said, I eat meat all my life. But I am open to it because the prices of meat is ridiculous.
Right.
And it really sucks. So I'm really open. That's why I'm staying on this live, to understand better, you know, the ins and outs of veganism. The other issue, too, that I have, so real quick, maybe somebody can chime in. My wife has gastroparesis. She cannot do plant-based. It won't digest. So is veganism still an option for her? Because she can't eat meat. It's too hard for her to even, like meat and like eggs in general, meat is horrible. That's not digestible to anybody that has gastroparesis. So if I could quickly get an input, is it possible that she could do vegan and be able to survive off of that? Because I'm understanding it may be more easily digestible than meat, but like I said, salads sucks for her.
I got to pause
again. She would kill a
again.
human to eat salad right now, but she just can't do it.
I got to pause again because I just want to express that the data regarding gastroparesis and plant-based diets says that there's no direct evidence that shows that a plant-based diet either supports or harms or inflames the condition, and that people can practice a well-planned plant diet with gastroparesis.
Yeah, so it's possible for her, but what about for you?
Like I said, I will stay on this live. I've got a 2-hour drive home, not a problem. It's so I could listen and understand it, and maybe I can get, understand more input from you guys, the benefits, and do my own research as well, because like I said, I don't know what the actual nutrition value, I've never researched it, so I don't know what I would be getting is beneficial to my body.
Is that your biggest hang-up?
What's that? The understanding?
Yeah, the lack of information about nutrition, is that like your biggest goal,
Yes,
your
ma'am.
biggest hurdle? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I'm just tired of eating meat because I have coronary disease in my family, and I know red meat sucks, it's bad for you. I get it. I understand. So what are my options? Veganism. Well, I've heard people say, oh, God, you got to eat beans the rest of your life. It's horrible. I've never really delved into that, so I don't know. You know what I'm saying? They're like, stay away from any dairy products, stay away from any animal, and you're just eating beans the rest of your life. That's the horror stories that I hear.
I think something that would actually benefit you a lot, you have access to a doctor, correct?
I was in the medical field for 30 years, yes.
Oh, okay. So, and you currently see a doctor?
I do.
Okay, great. I think that you should ask your doctor if you can be referred to a plant-based nutritionist.
Okay.
And I think you'll have a very enlightening time speaking with a person who is a literal expert in nutrition that also focuses on plant-based nutrition, because they're going to have a lot better answers about that in particular than not saying we don't know shit about nutrition, but they obviously know a lot.
No,
more.
I understand.
Yeah. So definitely step one, call your doctor, say, hey man, can I get a referral, or woman, I don't know, can I get a referral to a plant-based dietitian? I really want to take control of my diet, da-da-da-da-da. They'll do it for you. It's not a problem. And I don't know where you live, but there's a lot more plant-based dietitians now than there were even 10 years ago. So I don't think it'll be...
South Carolina.
Oh, yeah, no, you'll be fine. I don't think it'll be particularly hard to find one that you like. So that's a step one.
That's perfect. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys not bashing me, but thank you.
Is it cool if I add something, James?
Go ahead.
So one of the biggest benefits, so what we've been touching on is mainly plant-based diets, right? And what we're actually trying to touch on in this live and in these conversations is about the ethics behind veganism. And One of the biggest benefits, actually, to being consistent with vegan principles is that we recognize that individuals don't need to be exploited and oppressed for us to have basically the same products in our life. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, so all we're saying is if you have another option to buy, like clothing or food or entertainment, it doesn't come from exploiting an individual, then we can use those non-violent, non-aggressive options. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're breaking up horribly, but yeah, I got parts and bits. I wear cotton and polyester, mainly. Not polyester, but that synthetic cotton blend.
I almost feel like the ethics is not going to be a huge issue in this regard. Like, you don't think it's right to just take life if you can avoid it, right?
I don't hunt. I don't do any of that. I don't know. I don't have to know.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, I think his ethics are pretty much there. And I think honestly, like, if you go down the nutritional road, I think that those ethics that you already like subscribe to, they're just gonna make even more sense to you, 100%.
Gotcha. Makes sense. Well, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I will add, if you do feel like you're losing motivation, definitely check out Dominion 2018. But I do agree with Veggies. It sounds like you already have
I've heard you
a vegan
earlier.
home.
I'm gonna look at that on YouTube. I heard you earlier about talking to another person about it, and then
it's just good
you
to
wanted
know.
Feedback on it. Yes, it's perfect.
Yeah, it's just good to know if you are going to continue to buy those products, to know what it is exactly that you're demanding. Because we'll paint some other picture in our mind of happy animals, but it's good to know what is actually allowed under those labels.
Gotcha. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I really appreciate you coming up, James. You asked some great questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Well, if you do check out those resources, please reach out to any of us. You can reach out, especially like Veggies, who you've been speaking to, but any of us. We're all open to answering questions.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll add you guys so I know where I'll follow you guys.
You can see us when we go live or whatever. Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah. Thank you.
Absolutely, James. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, vegans get a bad rap sometimes, but we literally won't bite.
Yeah.
No, it's cool. Yeah, like I said, I don't judge at all. I really don't.
That's pretty good.
Thanks, man.
All right. See you, James.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. That was great. That was fantastic. Way to go, Veggies. And everybody, actually. Everybody jumped in on that. Was fantastic.
Yeah, he seemed like a nice guy.
He did. Oh, hey, Princess. Oh, how many people can we have up at a time, actually? I'm just counting. Hold on.
I thought you were supposed to be at elementary school.
I'm actually going to drop.
It's 8. Usually it's 8. And
oh, okay. Okay.
Usually 8 boxes.
Well, Veggies, whatever you want to do, if you want to stay up, that's totally fine, because we're under the 8, so you should be fine. But if you...
Yeah, I'm going to drop too, just in case somebody else wants to hop up anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, I got to go fly helicopters and stuff. So.
Fly helicopters? I didn't know you did that. That's hella cool.
It
wow.
is hella
cool. That's awesome. Oh my god.
But
that's
yeah,
like
I gotta go.
super. That's a tricky one. I've heard helicopters are really hard to fly.
Yeah, it's the hovering that's the worst part, honestly. Everything else is like easy peasy, which sounds naive of me to say, and it probably is, but like,
once you've done it a bunch of times, you can say that. That's fine.
Yeah. I'll have to get some footage from the copter and stuff. And honestly, I was trying to think of how I could incorporate some kind of like animal rescue, because hello, I'm in a helicopter.
That would be awesome. Oh my
right?
god, yes.
Like
those
go
out when the BLM goes out there and tries to scare the horses. You can go in there and
the land
sabotage. But like
Heck,
you know those
I would.
like in France, I guess there's like those like poor dolphins and those 2 orcas that are like just trapped there.
Oh
yeah.
I was like, man, get me in a helicopter and bring a hammock or something. I'll just pick them up and put them somewhere else.
Yeah. You might have to do it on a secret account though, because you don't want to.
Oh yeah, no.
You don't want to implicate yourself at all.
I mean,
Oh,
I
yeah, that's
wouldn't
cool.
do that.
I
Wink,
know,
wink.
of course you wouldn't. I couldn't imagine you doing that. Never, never.
All right, see you
Wow.
later. See you guys
All right.
later.
See you later, Veggies.
How are you?
Good, how are you? Oh no! Herbivore, I just clicked on you. Please come back. I just accidentally
heck?
clicked on Herbivorous.
Leave me.
Yeah. Oh my god, dude. Please come back.
What'd you do?
I accidentally kicked him. I was just moving my mouse and I tapped.
Did you kick Ozark too, or is Ozark?
Oh no, Ozark dropped down.
Dropped down? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hopefully he comes back. I feel really terrible.
But I don't know if
Hi,
they'll come
Princess.
up.
How are you?
I'm doing really good. I forgot what to call you.
You can call me VSL. That's fine. Or Anna.
VSL?
Either one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have an update. I was telling you last time that I met so many vegans at my job that I did not know were vegan, or people that were turning plant-based. And I accidentally created a chain, and we are all like just circling around plant-based food now. So like my friend, she was really interested in trying plant-based food, so I started cooking and making meals from home and sending her lunches at work. And then another friend of mine, we're supposed to be going to a plant-based restaurant with each other. Another one, she just joined our chain of like making each other plant-based lunches. So there's like 3 girls that are added into this chain of just eating plant-based and learning about veganism. So it's really cool. I get to see Erin on Friday. I made her vegan chili with this like vegan cheese. I managed to find some really good vegan cheese, and she was excited to try it. And I kind of made it myself. It's this vegan chili that comes in a packet, but it's not seasoned to my liking. So I always add tomatoes, and then I add garlic and onion powder and a couple seasonings. So I made that for her. So I hope she likes it. Last time I made her a grilled quote-unquote chicken salad, and she loved that too. So all of us have just been like working together on eating plant-based, learning about being vegan, opening ourselves up to it and stuff. So it's been really cool. I even talked to one of my friends about it versus for my job, and even she was like, oh my god, man, I feel really good, because I sent you pictures of all the meals I've made so far. Actually, I made her the chicken with quote-unquote chicken with like roasted vegetables and rice, and she was like, wait a minute, like I don't feel sick right now. Like normally I feel sick after I eat like chicken. I'm like, because it's not chicken. She's like, wait, it's vegan? She was like, this is all vegan. I'm like, yeah, babes. Yeah. So even she's excited. I'm dragging her over to a festival with me in September for vegan meals. She's even looking into getting some plant-based meals in as well. But I've been happy. And honestly, I've been happy. I talked with my vet about vegan diet for my dog too, about what that looks like, and they said that they probably wouldn't recommend it for Poppy, but I'm still gonna put the moral foot there to at least buy food that, that at least tries to follow some sort of guidelines and laws, even though, as we already know, there's really no nice way to take away an animal's life when you're factory producing that animal. But I just wanted to give you an update on how amazing, like, I mean, going plant-based has just opened up so much, so much for me, really. Oh, I can't hear you.
I muted myself because I was like making noises. That is fantastic news. That is great to hear. I'm really happy to hear that, because really us vegans being around non-vegans does a huge influence even when we're not talking to them. So that is amazing to hear. I love hearing that.
I just keep thinking of the domino effect. Like, I was always on the battle trying to be plant-based. I jumped into your live. You convinced me to just give it a freaking try.
Right.
And I even had to look at myself. I'm like, you spend like $400 at Sephora, but you won't pay a little extra penny to save an animal's life. Like, come on. Just buy the plant-based crap. So I started doing it, and it created like a domino effect. Like I said, like it started with me, now people at my job, now my friend, and now I think she's even like talking to people about it as well, trying to get her family to try some of the food too. So it's like, it's just crazy seeing this effect and seeing how people are really just happier with a plant-based diet too. And like I said, like, she even realized how she doesn't feel sick when she eats. it's just better for you. It's not just better for the animals, it's also better for you.
People, I mean, most humans are eating a casual diet of a lot of processed foods. And although there are vegan processed foods, a lot of people start to introduce more whole foods in their diet typically, and that can make you feel better. I personally was eating about the same. I just had some animal products in my diet, so I didn't experience this big health change for me, but I did feel mentally better in the sense that I didn't feel guilty, because when I first went vegan, plant-based, I actually read a book, so I knew some of what was going on, and when I would cross that principle, sometimes I'd be like, oh, it's not that big of a deal right now. They're high welfare or whatever it was I was buying at the time. I would still feel this, like, it's not a physical, like, because of what I'm eating, but because I'm going against my principles, I felt heavy, I felt uncomfortable with my choices. And when I finally was living in alignment with my own principles, I actually feel way better. My mental clarity is way better than it was when I was like, oh, am I doing the right thing? It's like I was I already second guessed myself, and like it was worse then because I really didn't believe what I was doing was right, because it wasn't. But yeah, there is a huge difference physically and mentally. So
I even made a post about it on my Instagram. I put the caption. I was like, there were no lives that had to be taken for this plate. Like, this plate is just joy. This plate is literally just joy. No one's life was taken. No one was tortured. No one was hurt. And when I think of the slaughterhouses that process these animals, I think of it way differently thanks to that Dominion. And I've recommended it to my friends. Like, I told them, like, you should watch it. I know it's heavy. I know you're scared because you know that you're probably not going to want to eat that after.
Right.
But you need to watch it.
Which says a lot. Like, if that's really how we are geared, right, to consume animals, we would be excited watching them be processed. Like, I personally love watching strawberries or other plants being processed. I don't feel gross about it. Whereas when I'm watching animals being processed, I'm like, ooh, no, I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want to support that. Ugh.
It made me cry. When we were talking, I was at the part with the chickens. After that live, I got to the part with the cows and the free range, quote unquote, where they were in these like little huts, but they were like tied where they could barely like run around and play. Yeah. And I saw this one little baby calf.
Hold on one second.
Oh,
Lori, I just wanna check in with you. I don't want you to invite vegans up anymore, just because it starts to bombard them. They can't interact with the chat. But I do appreciate it, because I do love having vegans up here. But I just wanted to let you know, I've had a couple people tell me that they don't want to be invited up. But if they request, please bring them up. They're totally welcome to.
Okay.
Yeah. Appreciate you. Go ahead, Princess.
I was just saying, I saw like with the quote unquote free range, the calves, like how they were like running and they kept getting pulled by this back by this chain. It just made me sad. I'm like, this is what we do for what? A burger, venison. I mean, venison is evil. But, like, I mean, this is what we do for our food. I mean, just eat your plants. Like, I find myself saying this all the time. Just eat your freaking plants.
Yeah.
Like, it
so
tastes
easy.
the same. It tastes the same. Yeah, it's going to taste a little different because you're eating mushrooms. But you're not hurting someone. You're not torturing someone. People have this image in their mind that the slaughterhouses, they kill the animal, it's over, it's done with whatever. Before that, they're in this grassy field, but that's not the reality. They're tortured and experience disease all the way up to the end of their life. And then at that point, the suffering doesn't end because their body is used, like, in this just distraught way. I mean, I saw someone in the comments that was talking about, well, animals eat other animals, so what would you do if you saw an animal eating an animal? I'm like, we're human beings. We're on a different level. I know there's a word for it. I'm still going to say it wrong, but a different level of sentience or something than those animals. They don't have a choice. It is their natural code to eat other animals, but we're human.
So what I usually point to in that scenario is that animals are moral patients, just like children. They might have some idea of morality, right? We do know they have some idea of ethics of some sort, or at least empathy, I should say. They have some idea of empathy. But we have children that also do things that are immoral because they don't understand morality, and it has a lot of depth to it. You need to weigh out things. Everything needs context, and different situations have different gravity. And a lot of moral patients may not understand that. But moral patience mainly just means there's someone in that body that cares what happens to them. And even though animals may be doing things that we deem immoral, it doesn't justify us doing that to somebody else. But I'm gonna take up somebody, okay, Princess? You're welcome to sit up here and preach abolition with us, though.
100%.
Awesome. Hey, Goofy, are you over 18?
Hi, yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Why aren't you vegan yet?
So I wanted to be vegan for like ever since I was 4 years old and I found out what happens to animals, but I never got around to it because my dad pushed spirituality on me first, and I kind of went off on my own, so I'm no longer a Christian, but I am a very spiritual person, and I actually found out a lot of things that some contradict with the Bible, some does go along with the Bible, but then again, the Bible was rewritten, so like I know a lot more than I should. But I do want to say I don't how do you say, agree with like the slaughterhouse of the way that animals are killed. So I convinced my mom, because she has, you know, a lot of money. She actually has a farm, but her farm is not a normal farm. She goes around and buys older animals like cows, chickens, things like that, and she waits for them to pass, like naturally, before she uses them. She does not kill them. It's because I don't believe in killing animals, but I do eat like grass-fed beef and things like that.
So, I would say that if someone passed away in a vacuum and you were in survival mode, I wouldn't, there's nothing morally wrong with you surviving. But the issue that I see with this situation is that you're still demanding that somebody exist for you to use. Like your mom's kind of treating them like a living hot dog instead of a being that deserves just, you know, a family and a rich life. And you could say that because she's buying these animals, she's putting in a demand.
That's actually what she does. She doesn't,
Well, so she's buying these animals, and that's still putting in a demand.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Is there a delay? There might be a delay. So all I was trying to say is...
yeah, on my side. It's probably my internet. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. So the issue is that she's buying someone to be used. That means another individual will replace who she purchased, right? You're kind of helping those farmers with their older animals by buying them from them so that they can buy more animals to farm, right? The thing is, there's nothing we really need from animals. So, like, does your mom think that it's necessary to eat animals?
So, like I said, spiritually speaking, everything that is given to us, we feel like we have to give back to the Lord. So when He gave us animals, when we kill them, we eat them, we nurture them. Sometimes we plant half of what we use. We use their skins for clothing, because I don't agree with
replace the animals with humans.
But so the same way that people get sick and they know that they're about to pass, but some of their organs can be used to save other lives. They have a choice before they die, or their family member has a choice before they die. Do we want to help those other people live longer, or do we want to just let this body go to waste? That's the kind of way that I see it.
Okay, so two parts. First, is it moral to do to humans? And second of all, what do you need from these animals? Why go through all this effort? What is it you need from them?
So for me, the only thing that I think is necessary really with animals is the spirituality behind certain things. So when I say spirituality, I think everything vibrates at a frequency. Plants also have a frequency. So most of my diet is, some people call biblical, some people say it's just spiritual, but I don't eat every single animal. I only eat animals that vibrate at a frequency that I think I should be on.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. What we're talking about are animals that are experiencing life, that can suffer, that feel joy. and we're using them as slaves. We're enslaving them so that we can eat them.
That's what my mom is for. She doesn't want them to be on a processed farm.
So why isn't she? Why isn't she?
Much
The
land
delay
that
is
people
this
call
delay
it.
is killing me. I'm
so
sorry.
So she puts these there, feeds them. She loves.
Okay, I understand that your mother has a high welfare farm. There were high welfare slave plantations. Still immoral. There were enslaved people that were given allowances. They were allowed to go out into the world and buy things. They had ownership of objects. They could go own things, but they themselves were still slaves. Do you agree that was still immoral?
Yes, I do. I never agreed with slavery, which is why she does not kill them. None of her
why
animals are murdered or killed.
I wasn't talking about killing them. I'm just talking about enslaving and using them. Was that fair to them?
Well, she doesn't really use them. Most of the meat that she ends up using goes free to the homeless so they can have food to eat. We give back to people that don't have anything.
Then that brings me back to, why are you doing this? What do you need from animals so badly that you have to farm them, even if you're waiting for them to pass away? Why go through all this effort?
And I want to jump in
and that we plant plants, we grow tomatoes.
That's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you. Why are you using animals?
Because it was put on this earth for us to use.
So are humans.
Just like wood.
So are humans. There's so many humans. Why don't we just farm them and eat them when they're old?
And to jump in here, there is not one verse in the Bible where it says animals are here for you to use to eat.
She doesn't use the Bible.
See, I was kind of waiting on that one. Actually, if you go to let me look at my notes.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Goofy. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. No religion justifies using somebody without their consent. I understand it gives you permission in certain books, but that doesn't mean you have to. I could be spiritual without using animals, right? Therefore, it's just a choice. And my point is, because animals can suffer, because you know that they want to live and they don't want to be used, why are you still viewing them as a resource instead of like a cat or dog? Like, do you eat your cats and dogs when they die?
No, we don't. We use them for our garden purposes.
Yeah, but why don't you eat them?
So technically, yes, we do.
Why don't you eat them? Why don't you butcher them and eat them?
Because of the way that it tastes. So we use them, we cut them up, we bury their skin, and we use it to...
You know, there are cultures that eat dogs.
Yes, I do.
So you think it's morally okay if I was to farm dogs, even if I wait for them to just die naturally, to eat them?
If you weren't killing them and you showed them love throughout their lifespan, and
what if I did that with a child?
Their life, then
what if I go and adopt children, and I wait for them? These children that I adopt, I make sure that they have some disease that they will not make it to adulthood. They're going to die naturally, but they're still safe to eat. Is it moral for me to do that, to adopt children, wait for them to die, and then eat them?
No, that is not right. But at the same time, if you were using them to save a life instead of eating them,
so
like
it's okay
for their
then?
organ replacement,
So it's okay then?
disease,
it's okay
that's
then?
what they do in hospitals. That's what
so
organ
it's okay
donation
to farm children for their organs?
Well, I mean, that's what we have.
No, that's not farming.
Good.
The same way people sign up to be an organ donor, technically you're calling organ donation.
So it takes consent.
What?
Do you get consent from the animals?
Once they're dead, they're dead. So I mean, I don't really see.
So why don't we do? I already gave you the scenario that's very similar. I said I adopt children that I know are not going to make it to adulthood. Is it moral for me to adopt them, care for them, love them, give them a great life, and then when the children, human children, when they pass away naturally, I cut them open and I eat their innards, and then some of their innards I plant in my garden, and I say a little prayer.
Spiritually speaking, cannibalism is already wrong. So, like I said, the only thing I could
Why is it wrong? Why is it wrong?
Would be to give their organs to people that need them, like
why
heart
is it
donation,
immoral? Okay. So I'm not eating them. I'm just cutting them open and giving their organs away. Is that moral?
when they die, I mean, it's better than to just bury them and let their organs go to
Okay,
waste while somebody else.
I'm going to repeat this because I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I have an organ company. I'm going to sell children's organs. I go and adopt children I know are going to pass away so that I have organs to sell. Is that moral?
As long as they're showing, giving love and giving everything.
Wow. As soon as we
I wanted to jump in here. I couldn't find a way to jump in, but I really want to put this, if she's still here in the chat. You're trying to put it on this moral compass of, well, people might need these animals to eat, like the homeless. You can also give the homeless these plant-based food items that,
Yes.
you know, won't heighten their cholesterol, because you said that there were some cows. Cows' red meat are known to heighten cholesterol. So it'd probably be healthier to give those people plant-based. And then again, morally, you're not taking someone's body. Yes, they're already dead. Yes, you gave them love. But you really took away that love when you disrespected their body and then just gave it to people for food when there's another option for you. You can go to any supermarket and find plant-based foods.
Okay, Goofy, if you're going to use the Bible, then you need to be consistent that that's where you derive your morals from, because cherry picking does not help your argument. I don't know if you understand. Your book literally says it's okay to have slaves and gives instructions in both New and Old Testament on how to maintain your slaves. So using your book, and you even said that you don't follow your book, so why are you quoting it? That's silly. Chapter 1, Garden of Eden was the most perfect creation. That's usually where you start a book, is in the beginning. So the Garden of Eden, most perfect creation. There was no animal use. There was no death in the Garden of Eden.
Wait, VSL. It says that all living things. So the thing that you were talking about human beings, eating human beings. So does that mean that the Bible is telling me that I can take a bite out of Goofy? Or, you know what? You know what, Charlie? You kind of look good. I think I might put a little Italian seasoning, a little bit of basil. You know, it says every living thing. It doesn't really specify. So, I mean, it's moral. It's fine.
I feel like she was trying to pivot to this silly vibration argument too, which is not scientifically, I mean, everything's vibrating, even non-sentient things. It's just because we're on a rock that's spinning around in space, but that doesn't mean that everything is alive. That means that everything's got, like, it's bumping into stuff.
And then on top of that, like you were saying about how the Bible says slavery is okay, are you suddenly going to start having slaves? No, because it's immoral. Right. So don't eat. That's what I'm putting here. You wouldn't have a slave, but it's in the Bible. It's okay. I mean, why wouldn't you? It says it's okay. Well, but you don't feel it's moral. You can have your own feelings, basing your feelings off a book that was literally. I'm sorry, I was-ish a Christian myself, based off a book that's been retranslated over and over again. You're basing your whole life and your moral points over it. Mm-hmm. Come on.
I mean, and even if, like, I don't really want to, I did kind of poo-poo on the Judeo-Christian Bible, but even if you still believe in that Bible, you should go watch Christspiracy. It's a documentary that talks about, they look at the old sea scroll, so it's not a debunking of Christianity, it's just talking about potentially how Jesus actually lived his life based off of the original sea scrolls that the Bibles that you read now are originally translated from. So they look at some of the words that were translated and look at, oh, some of these words have multiple translations. And then they look at patterns. Well, this word was used this many times in the past of the book and the beginning, and this is typically what it means in those references. So it got mistranslated in, like, the example of dominion. They're finding that the word that was used was also means steward, which means to take care of. You know, and even if we were to stick with the word dominion, is someone a good leader when they eat their people or the ones they're caring for? Or is it that they give compassion and benevolence and mercy to those they care for? So, you know, anyway, it doesn't matter. Her arguments were not based in science. They were based off of vibrations and spirituality, which, I mean, could be used to justify anything. She literally could not defend, you know, because she said that human slavery is wrong, but she couldn't tell me the difference. Like, why is it wrong for me to adopt children, to use them for their organs, their poop and hair, but it's okay to do that to animals?
But wait. She wasn't quoting the Bible. You know the moment where she literally quoted the Bible? She just told us that that she's not a Christian and she wasn't using the Bible, even though she just took a quote from the Bible and used it for her argument. So
yeah, exactly. She did start off by saying that she's having issues with the Bible, but yet she still quoted it. That's kind of silly. All right, let's bring up someone else. Religion just is a hard. I don't really care to talk about religion because I don't want to. I'm not here to try to offend people, but it's a terrible excuse to use your religion to harm others, especially when your religion is actually preaching peace, mercy, nonviolence. Trelly, are you over 18?
Listen, that's why I'm a Christian-ish myself.
Exactly.
I'm 20.
Trelly, you're 20? Okay. Why aren't you vegan yet?
Yeah. Hold on, I gotta put up the live stream.
So why aren't you vegan yet?
It didn't work out.
It didn't work out. What does that mean?
So when I was 17, I switched over to being a vegan for about 7.5 months.
Why'd you do that?
And because I wanted to see if it was the way.
It was the way? You mean health-wise?
Yeah.
Okay,
basically.
so you went plant-based. I got it. Okay.
Yeah. The first month, hard. Absolute. Because, the crave on meat and all that, you just put it aside, whatever. But it just started going downhill. I did research on what I would need for my body, and a lot of it started costing too much money.
What if I gave you information that could help you actually consume a vegan diet? Would you find it to be a moral obligation to live vegan?
I was just about to tell you that.
Well, I know you're talking about your health.
My body requires a lot more.
Okay, so if I could give you information that contradicts that and says that you can eat a vegan diet and get everything you need, would you then find it to be a moral obligation to live vegan?
I can try one more time.
Okay. So why would I ask you about a moral obligation, do you think?
With me, I don't really have much morality.
Okay, so let's start with there. We'll see where your morality lies. Do you agree? Well, first off, do you understand that animals are sentient?
Yeah, to a point. Mm-hmm.
Okay, they're sentient. It's either you are sentient or not. Do you understand that animals are sentient?
That is not how complex
Okay,
matter
the animals
works.
that we use are sentient, yes or no?
Do you think a slug is sentient?
Yes. Sentience is the ability to experience life, to have a subjective experience, to be able to have subjective feelings like pain, joy. I don't know specifically about slugs. I don't use slugs, but I practice the cautionary principle when I see a being that is known to have a central nervous system and makes independent choices of their own. But I honestly haven't looked into the studies of slugs. I assume they are, Frisia, they are sentient. Okay, so slugs are sentient. That means I care about their preferences.
You can't say that without doing research on it. That's being biased.
No, okay, well, I know the animals we use, cows, pigs, chickens, and fish, those animals absolutely sentient. We have the Cambridge Declaration of Consciousness and the New York Declaration of Consciousness that goes over thousands of studies, behavioral studies, and anatomy. The animals are sentient. They feel pain. They have preferences. Not like plants. Plants are not sentient. Okay. So why are you then using these sentient beings? Why is that moral?
To me, it's because I require more sustenance. I need more protein.
Let's go back to, I guess we didn't really solidify what your morality is. If I had a dog in a hot car and I left him there for my convenience, is that moral? A hot car.
Oh, yeah. Hot car. Okay.
Car.
If you're leaving it in a hot car, do
you understand that a hot car for a dog? Do you understand?
It's really bad.
Okay, you sound like you're not following very well. So a dog, it's not healthy for a dog to be locked in a hot car with no windows rolled down, right? You understand that,
Yeah,
correct?
because
Okay.
it's gonna.
Is it moral
die.
in your position and in your framework? Do you think that it's a moral action for me to leave the dog in that hot car for my convenience?
No, it's going
Okay,
to
good.
probably suffocate and die.
Right. Exactly. Because they're suffering. What about breeding dogs for dog fighting or chickens for cockfighting? Is that moral? To like make animals fight for money?
I mean, we do it with humans, but we don't breed humans for it.
So my question isn't what happens. My question is, do you find it moral?
If we do it with humans, then yeah.
No. Is it moral, even with humans, that's crazy you just said that. Is it moral to make two individuals, two humans, two chickens, two dogs, that cannot consent to their treatment, is it moral to force them to fight so that I can make money? Individuals that cannot consent.
If they cannot consent, then no.
Exactly. And why? Why is it immoral for me to make them do something against their consent?
Because it's not consensual.
Right. You're not caring about their preferences and that there's someone in there, right? It's unnecessary. I don't need to make two people or two chickens or two whatevers fight for money. That's not worth it. Someone's losing everything for me to get some money. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if that's the case, do you understand that there's nothing we need from animals that we can't get from other sources?
Okay. Now with the fighting thing,
Wait, no, we already concluded the fighting thing. You agreed with me. It's immoral to make two individuals fight without consent. No, you need to answer my questions. My question was, do you think it was fair to make them fight against their consent? They're innocent beings. They haven't done anything. They just can't consent to their treatment. Is it moral to make them fight so that I make money?
No.
Okay, I'm glad we moved on from there. So what I want to ask you is, do you think there's something we need from animals that we can't get from other sources?
I have a question.
Can you answer this question and then I'll answer yours?
Yes.
Okay, so what is it you think we need from animals that we can't get from other sources?
What I need for animals is... why are you sighing?
Oh my God, dude, I'm going to move on. This is painful. Like, just answer the GD question.
To jump in for this guy, look, there's a thing called Dominion up there. I was at first going plant-based for the whole health reason like you were talking about, and it didn't work out for me. I came back, I talked with her, I even went to some other vegans, and I started finding different resources to help me. Because here's the thing, from what it sounds like, you just decided, hey, for health, I'm going to be plant-based. I'm going to be a vegan now. And that's not how it works. You have to do it slow. Take away red meat from your life.
I do want to interrupt you, Princess. It's not necessarily that you need to do it slow. It's just that it's good to be aware of what you need. You can cold turkey stop using animals right now. It's totally possible.
Yeah.
But if you don't know what to eat and you just like remove something out of your diet and don't replace it, of course your body will suffer. So yeah, if you care about your health, definitely go look at like the Vegan Daily Dozen. Easiest checklist ever to make sure you get everything. Maybe take a multivitamin because that's a great, cheap, easy way to make sure you get all your needed nutrition. But I just don't want to, I don't really care to push people to slowly do baby steps because baby steps are for babies. And if you care about an injustice, right, if you think that racism is wrong, taking baby steps is not the right answer. You're going to still be oppressing people in that time. What you should do is just stop, right, and figure out how to replace things. It's understandable if you do end up taking a baby step, but understand that that baby step was then the result of somebody else losing everything for you to have that baby step, right? The gravity
and that's what
you
I
need to
mean.
understand. Yeah.
That's what I mean. I'm saying that those baby steps are needed so you can replace them. If you just go cold turkey and you don't know the resources yet to replace those foods, you're gonna end up like how he was saying. Oh, I was missing meat and I didn't know what to do, so I just went back.
The thing is,
so you have to figure out your replacements for it, and then you have to open yourself up to plant-based diet and eating.
So again, if you have the ethics behind it, if you're genuinely motivated to not harm the animals, it's super easy to find those alternatives in one night. It takes maybe 30 minutes to find everything. I mean, I even have the list right here to get everything you need in a day. This is a super easy checklist now. So what I'm saying is you can go vegan right now. In fact, there are people that live like months on just potatoes. So you can go without eating a lot of things. I don't want people to hurt themselves, but people right now are not eating in a healthful way anyway. Most people eat a lot of junk food. They're lazy. They get stuff that's in a box or whatever. They don't have time to cook, and I get that. So I don't care how you live your life. If you want to eat junk food or maybe you don't want to treat your body right, that's fine. I just don't want you to use animals anymore. And like I said, I get it. The reason why I also don't want to talk about baby steps is that if I'm telling you about the truth, right, it's naturally going to happen whatever they do. But the aim should always be for veganism. And if I give room for baby steps, that means people are going to go a half measure there. They're going to do vegetarianism and stay. You know what I mean? Like, baby steps make you feel good that you're maybe doing something, and a lot of people will take that as enough, right? They'll take one step towards veganism and then, well, I did my part. So that's the only reason I don't promote baby steps at all. I hear you though. I do hear what your background was though.
I contradicted myself because I realized I was taking those quote-unquote baby steps to get myself into it so I can find those resources. But after watching Dominion, I'm like,
exactly.
I can survive without, I can figure it out later. Like, there's no need for it right now. So, in all honesty, thinking about it, I kind of contradicted myself because after watching Dominion, I kid you not, I was just like, I'm not doing this. I had already bought fish and some other stuff, and I was like, I can't even look at that. I can't even eat it.
Exactly.
But,
the motivation was there then, yeah. Exactly.
But my friend over here, she actually just took a picture when you told her about the resources. I was like, grab your phone, just grab your phone.
No, exactly. It's about people being curious too and looking into it and then asking themselves, do I want to support this? And like, if you were the one in the cage, how far would you want your oppressor to go? Would you want them to go full vegan, or would you want them to take that half step? Live the way you want your oppressor to live. So, but I still appreciate what you have to say, Princess. Please don't let me talking over you stop you. Okay, good, because I really appreciate your background and what you have to say. Okay.
Realize, I just realized, wait a minute, I'm contradicting myself because even myself went cold turkey again. The only difference is I went cold turkey myself. No one gave me these resources. He has them right now.
Exactly.
He could do this right now today like I did.
Exactly. Awesome. I'm glad I have you up here. All right.
Thank you, lady.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Hey, Joshua, are you over 18?
Yeah, I'm 27.
Okay, right on. Why aren't you vegan yet?
Well, I honestly, I love meat.
Okay, so it's just about
I'm a meat eater.
Is it just
not necessarily?
Okay, so so why
I go to the gym.
Why aren't you vegan yet?
As much as I can. I try to stay active as much as I can, and I find that meat is a much more reliable source of energy than just consuming, let's say, oatmeal or rice. I like to mix the two.
If I could give you sources that said you can get ripped off of being vegan, would that change your mind?
Well, I could give you sources that say you could get ripped off of being a carnivore.
Of course.
So, not really.
Do you know the difference between them? Do you know why I'm advocating for one and not the other?
Yeah, because you value animals the same way you value people.
I just
and
value...
I don't.
Okay, so let's talk about that. What is it about humans that you value so much?
Because I am one, I would say.
Okay,
I'm
so
a
it's
human.
just about your in-group?
I have a family. Yeah, I do.
Animals have families too.
That doesn't change the fact. Like,
Okay.
I get that
So-
they have
so let's
families,
stick
but
with
I
your-
don't value
let's-
them the
let's
same way
stick
that I
at your
value
first.
people.
Okay, I got it. God, your first step was your group. They're not in my group. I'm human. They are not human. Therefore, it's okay for me to oppress them. Am I getting that right? They're not human.
I would
I'm
say
human.
I would say not 100% right, but yeah.
Okay. So
Generally speaking.
So because they're not human, it's okay to oppress them. Do you understand that they are sentient?
Yeah.
Okay, what does sentience mean?
It means having its own intelligence and emotional intelligence.
Yeah, they have subjective emotions and they have personal preferences, like they want to avoid harm, they want to keep living, they care what happens to them, right? Do you understand that humans are also sentient?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And
So
can I add to that?
let's take an example. If a human,
Can I add to that?
I'll let you answer another. I'll let you ask or answer afterwards. I want to ask you this question though, because I'm leading to something. If a human,
Okay.
which they do exist, if there was a human that has the cognition of a cow, pig, or chicken, they're still sentient and they're human. Is it moral for me to exploit them?
No,
Okay, why?
because they're human.
Okay, so just because they're not in your group, it's moral to ignore the fact that they have the capacity to suffer.
Wait, are you talking about like other humans that are not in my group?
I'm using your logic. You're telling me the difference, the morally relevant difference between humans and animals, and you're saying the reason why it's okay to dominate animals and not humans is because we're human, which is the same thing as they're not in my group, therefore it's okay for me to dominate them, even though you both share the capacity to have a subjective experience. You both share the capacity to experience suffering. You both prefer to avoid harm. You both prefer to keep living. You're going to ignore that, and because they are not in your group, it's okay for you to oppress them.
I think that people do that every day just by owning
Is
pets.
it moral?
Is it moral to own a cat against its will?
That's not what I said, and if you can't track, I'll move on.
Okay. Can you
So
reinstate the question one more time?
So the question is, what morally separates humans from animals that makes it okay to enslave animals but not humans? And you keep saying it's just humans, so I want to know if that's really it.
What makes it moral? Well, I mean, I think everybody has a different sense of morality, but for me,
For you, right?
for me, I just, like, I'm not going to be a cannibal because
Why?
I just value human life. Like,
Why do you view
I think
so the humans, do you care how intelligent they are?
No.
Okay. Do you care what they look like? Let's say this human can't stand upright, and they walk on all fours, they're covered in hair. Still human.
No, I don't care.
Okay, so you don't care what they look like, you don't care about their intelligence. Do you care if they can reflect morality? There are some humans that just, they don't do much more than just enjoy the sun. And they have to be cared for the rest of their life. Is it okay for me to exploit them?
It depends on how you define exploit, I would say.
Use them for my benefit without concern of, the detriment to them. Like, I take care of them,
out of
but
selfishness, right?
yeah, I just use them for my own pleasure.
No, then no.
Okay, so you actually just only care about the human sentience, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm telling you
no,
that...
not the sentience. Not the
what,
sentience.
What is it then about humans that you care about so much if it's not the sentience?
I just believe that humans have... I think that would... I know you hate talking about this, but I'm a Christian, and I just believe that, like, human value is worth more than anything on this planet.
Your religion does not justify violating someone's body, especially if it's the Judeo-Christian religion, as that one breaks down that it's okay to have slaves. So using it as a moral justifier falls flat.
Well, having a slave back in, like, ancient Egypt or
it says you can have slaves now. It says you can have slaves. It doesn't say
aren't we
right
all
now.
slaves? We're literally a part of
Oh,
the system.
I'm sorry.
So
I didn't
technically,
realize that your boss was forcefully inseminating you, stealing your baby, and then drinking the fluid that came out afterwards.
where does that take place in the Bible?
That's what happens to dairy cows and dairy goats.
Yeah, but you're comparing an energy source of animals to humans, which is like ideology, not like.
I'm saying that
that's
animals
not
are more
a good
like
argument.
you. The animals are more like you than you know. They're sentient. They care what happens to them. They care about their families. They literally try to protect them from us. We would not stand for being objectified and being torn from our families for someone else's pleasure. Why is it okay to do it to animals? Your God doesn't say to do it either. Your God, in fact, in chapter 1 of Garden of Eden says, don't use anybody. There's no use of everybody. In fact, he says, be good stewards. Take care of those that I've brought here. Eat the plants and the fruits. Chapter 1. It wasn't until sin entered your world that now you were permitted to use animals to cope with survival. And even throughout there, even though your God says that you can use animals, he says everything. Does that not include humans? You could eat humans too? Like, that's silly. This is why the Bible is just not a great justifier. I don't care if you want to believe it, but it doesn't morally justify harming someone. If my Bible said that I could enslave men in my basement as long as I give them a few inches around each side of them, is it moral then for me to enslave men? Is that okay? My Bible says so. Maybe you can understand how silly this sounds. Your religion doesn't dictate what you should or shouldn't do. I could become a Christian and be vegan. So therefore, it's a choice. So why are you choosing to enslave, to cut someone open, to rip someone from their family?
Okay, so can I ask you something? Because you've been asking me a bunch of questions.
I'll let you ask one thing, but I'm probably going to kick you afterwards because you don't sound like an honest actor. So go ahead.
Well, you muted me.
Go ahead and answer your or ask your question.
All right. Do you think that you're better than me because you don't eat meat and I do?
I do, and I could break that down because you're telling me that animal abuse is okay. Like, that's the point. I'm not demanding someone's enslavement. You are. Hey, guys. Welcome up, Hannah. Haven't seen you in a minute.
I'm so sorry. I got booped, but no, what was so funny to me is I'm sitting here, I was joking. I was like, I'm going to eat my dog today since I'm hungry. And I picked him up. I was like, oh, no. And he was wagging his tail. And all I hear is inseminating. I'm like, what? What's happening? What's happening?
Yeah. Well,
but no, I tuned in and I heard him trying to use the Bible. And I just, oh my God. I just like, oh my Lord, like I just don't understand. Like, you Christians do understand you're supposed to cut off your hand as well if you commit some sort of egregious sin. But you don't do that, but you cherry pick. That is what kills me. If you're gonna go and pick something out of the Bible, I want you to be 100% then, babes. Be 100%.
Yeah.
And if you are, then you need to be in therapy because the stuff that the Bible tells you to do is insane.
Some of it's pretty wild, and most people don't read it, so they don't understand what it is that they're committing to. And
He was also changing the subject to avoid admitting that he was wrong, because his first argument was just that, oh, he works out, oh, animal protein is better, and then, oh, wait, no, it's actually that I'm a Christian.
So you could just enjoy it.
Exactly.
And my friend here that I was talking to you about VSL, she was like, drinking cow's milk is so gross after what you said. So
yeah, right? That's heartbreaking.
We're getting them.
Yeah, no, so like dairy was actually the main catalyst for me to finally go vegan, because cows they're one of the most studied farm animals, and they've found that cows are extremely maternal, and they're working on trying to breed that out of them, because when cows are really maternal, they're more dangerous, right? Because they're going to protect their baby. They have that bond that they're building. And not only just the mother being ripped from her family, or her family being ripped from her, but her also enduring year after year essay, constantly being penetrated against her will so that she produces a fluid that nobody needs. except for her baby.
And what's so insane is I've seen people there about that video from that clip of Dominion where the baby is taken away and the mom is literally running after the child.
Yeah.
They're like, well, cows are really bad moms, so they have to separate the moms from the calves. I'm like, okay, then don't impregnate a cow with a calf then. Then don't force them to have a child. And you see that this cow has some maternal instinct to her calf. I don't care if she's a horrible mom. She has a maternal instinct. We can see it. Meaning that she's probably going to be very distraught being separated from her baby and experience some form of stress that I bet they are not helping her face. So let's not sit here and say, oh, well, she's a bad mom. That's the justification for this.
Yeah. I want to
Drink oat milk.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I want to add to that, too. Like, so for dairy cows, they do claim that they're bad mothers, but do you think that any person would be a good parent if they themselves were robbed from their parent as a baby and raised in a crate or a cradle their whole life and never given attention? Do you think that they're going to grow up to be good parents? Like, are you really setting them up to be good parents? So then we're judging cows for not having natural further maternal instincts because we've robbed them of the opportunity to learn how to be a good parent, right? That alone is just, like, there's an example of a case, I think it was in the, 50s or 60s, I can't remember directly right now. She's called the Bunny Girl. There was a girl where her father thought she had mental inefficiencies, so he locked her in his basement and tied her to a chair. She was either in a crib or tied to a chair, so she couldn't walk around. And she wasn't given any human contact, very little. Like, she was fed and that was it. Everybody stayed upstairs while she was locked in the basement. They finally found her when she was, I think 11 or something. And they called her the Bunny Girl because she couldn't walk. She would literally hop because she didn't know how to walk. Basic human things, right? She didn't know how to talk, nothing. She spent the rest of her life, she's still alive, I don't know where she is now, but she spent the rest of her life relearning how to be a human. And because of the detriment that her father caused her, she will never be normal. She'll never be able to be just a functioning human being. So people looking at cows and saying cows are bad mothers when we're the ones setting up the situation to be the worst case scenario is just disgusting. Cows are very maternal, and if we were to let them be with each other, we actually see it in sanctuaries. When dairy cows are rescued and they give birth, they find that it takes the herd will take turns watching over this calf. And they learn that cows actually talk to each other and have names for each other. So it's just disgusting when they're like, oh, yeah, cows are bad moms. Like, oh my God, there's so much more to this than you don't even know.
And then, like you said before, I'll preach it to those in the back. You do not have to drink cow's milk. There are so many more options if you need the taste of milk in your life. There are so many more options out there than putting this cow through this sort of suffering.
When I worked at an animal sanctuary, we had a couple rescue cows that came to us while they were still pregnant, and when they did give birth, they actually, both of these cows that I'm thinking of in particular, thought that we were going to take their babies away from them, and they literally hid them in piles of hay because they were trying to protect them.
I'm going to start crying. Stop it.
Yeah, no, seriously. There's a video, Joey Carbstrong goes to a sanctuary and is talking to the head of the sanctuary, and they're talking about a similar story where they had a cow that was pregnant and she hid her baby. Yeah, they have PTSD. They know what's going to happen. I'm pregnant. This is what's happened every time before. Yeah, it's heartbreaking.
And then key point here, they hid their baby. So the people saying that cows don't have morals or that cows are robots like that one guy or that they're not smart, they're not on a human level, whatever. Yeah. They hid their babies out of fear. They tried to protect their children.
Yeah. It's heartbreaking. All right. We have some people that still want to defend it. Oh, did you want to say something?
Oh, Swarovski. Actually, most tattoo ink is vegan. Like, I would say the vast majority of tattoo ink is vegan.
Sorry, there's non-vegan tattoo ink.
It's pretty uncommon. It's really not a thing. But I worked at a tattoo shop. I was a body piercer for 11 years. So fucking try and tell me you know more about tattoos than me.
Oh my gosh. I didn't even know that we use animals for tattoo ink.
Honestly, not really.
Charcoal or something when it is used, right?
You know, I honestly can't remember, but
I heard that,
I think
but
it's
I never
also
verified.
in some of the equipment, like some of the transfer paper, sometimes it's used, but it's really, especially now in 2025, it's really not common.
I remember looking up vegan tattoo ink, and I actually came across some really cool stuff anyway, which was like a neon inks and stuff, things that like glow under black lights, and they were all vegan, like absolutely vegan for sure. So it's good to hear that, because again, I haven't researched much about tattoos for a long time, but it's good to hear that it's mostly all vegan.
Yeah,
What
and
do you think? Sorry.
Oh, no. I was just replying to Swarovski. They have glycerin from animal fats. Actually, now it's mostly vegetable glycerin. So, again, you're wrong.
I was going to say, that did make me think. I looked it up yesterday because I was just getting some steak sauce for my vegan steaks, right? And I looked at the bottle and it said, may contain fish. And I'm like,
oh,
I
fish
did
oil.
not know. I did not know.
Yeah, that one's another sneaky one.
Steak sauce. So I went around to try to find a different, a different steak sauce. And I was looking it up, and they were saying that A1 is another one that a lot of vegans avoid, even though their steak sauce is vegan, because they're a counterpart to Kraft. And Kraft doesn't just use animals. They, oh my god, I forgot the word for it. You know, like how, like, in cosmetics, they'll, like...
Yeah, they vivisection.
Those
tests on.
they'll use it for animal testing. I was like, they animal test food onto animals?
Yeah.
I mean, that is insane. I didn't even know. I thought it was just makeup and materials, but knowing that it's also food, it's just a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah, it can feel overwhelming when you realize that there's so many things that use animals. I was told there's animal products in sheetrock in your wall. There's animal products in the asphalts, But it starts with us demanding that stop happening, right?
And we have to just try.
Exactly. Like, that's all we can do. It'd be if I was the one being oppressed, I would want you to just speak up for me and just don't demand that I be used. And that's all you can do. So me buying a house or driving on the road isn't demanding that animals be used. I'm demanding a house or to drive on the road. We can improve those things. We can't improve exploitation to use animals for their stuff. If we're specifically using them because we want something out of them, that is immoral. A lot of these byproducts, too, are a result of us using them for food, clothing, entertainment, and, like, scientific studies. So we have all this waste, and we don't want to just throw it in the trash because it has side effects and it's detrimental. So they try to put it in things that will break it down and it won't hurt the environment as much, even though we still have side effects of that, like E. coli breakouts and, things aren't as reliably tested on animals. Well, that's not actually, I was just talking about the byproducts. So, like, when they put those byproducts in the road and the houses, it's just because there's so much of it. And if we didn't demand animals be, farmed at all, they wouldn't have those excess ingredients that they need to get rid of. So we would use alternatives because we would just find out alternatives. We don't need to use them. We're just using them because we have to, because they're there. There's too much of it. But yeah, it's frustrating to hear that they're testing on animals for food. Like, I'm pretty sure the parent company of Oreos also does that.
Probably.
Yeah. So frustrating. That's why I always promote a whole food plant-based diet. You're not paying the ultra wealthy or the elites or whoever, you're just caring about yourself. You could take the effort and find local farms, or you could go to a farmer's market, talk to the people that produce your food. But bare minimum, just don't ask for animals to be exploited, and do your best, to your actual best, if you're truly motivated. Let's get someone else up here.
Do it.
Quentin, are you over 18?
Hello?
Hi, are you over 18?
Yes, I am.
Right on. Why aren't you vegan yet?
I tried being vegan for a while, like a year and a half or something. And then I just found it a lot easier to get less meals in with meat.
Well, so why did you go plant-based in the first place?
I used to agree with your philosophy.
You used to believe that animals deserve their autonomy respected, but you don't anymore?
To the same extent that we give humans, yeah.
Okay, so why were you buying human flesh before?
I wasn't buying human flesh before.
Okay. So how we treat humans is bare minimum. We don't exploit them, right? We find it immoral. And if we can avoid demanding their oppression, we do, correct?
I would fundamentally disagree with that.
You don't try to avoid demanding human oppression?
Personally, I do.
That's what
The
I'm
world
asking.
doesn't.
You, personally, do you avoid demanding human oppression?
Yeah, but you said it in the way of speaking for humanity.
Okay, I'm sorry. I will be clear. I only want your perspective. So
Oh, for sure. No, I don't exploit people.
Okay. You would go out of your way, right, to avoid using something that was directly and inherently from human oppression, right? Like, you don't want to eat a slave leg, right?
I don't buy Nike, for example.
Okay. So why is it then that it's okay to do it to animals?
I would say that when I looked into it, it seems that the reason our brains, or part of the reason our brains are so big, is because we evolved to be meat eaters.
You should do more research on that. There's more studies coming out now that are finding that our ancestors ate heavily more plant-based because getting animals requires a lot of energy. And when they first were looking at our fossilized ancestors, animal bones and animal parts preserve better than plant products. But now they're finding in like their teeth and in their bones that they actually ate a lot more plants than we originally thought. But it doesn't even matter.
Starches.
Yeah, exactly. The starches is what I've heard is what really fed our brains, because our brains don't eat meat, they eat glucose. So cooking starchy vegetables,
Carbs,
they're
right?
saying, yeah, they're saying cooking starchy vegetables is probably what actually brought us to where we are, because we're noticing our relatives are quite smart too, right? They're not to the same level as us, but they're pretty smart, and they eat mostly plant-based. You know, like their closest relatives are frugivores. So we're thinking that we started cooking the same foods, and that aided in feeding our brains more glucose. But even if I'm wrong, right? I'm just a TikToker. Let's say you're right. Our ancestors ate like 90% meat. Today...
Oh, I'll agree with what you're saying so far.
Okay. But today, we have evidence that we can thrive on plants, on a fully plant-based diet. We can even reduce many of our chronic ailments. So knowing that we can get everything on a plant-based diet, how does that morally justify using animals?
I guess, like, my only philosophy that I have with veganism as it is a movement today is, where do you guys stand on pets?
But that's not what I asked you. Like, why is it morally okay to use animals? I can answer your pet question, but I'm curious why you think it's okay.
I would say that's my... Because
So
it's, in my
that's
opinion,
why-
it's good to use pets.
So the reason that you can't stop paying for others to like torture and kill cows, chickens, and pigs is because you agree
Well, I
with
buy
having
half a
pets?
cow. Well, I
Answer
buy
my
half a cow for
question.
the year.
Okay, well, answer my question.
Well, what was your question?
So it sounds like you're saying that the reason you can't stop paying for animal abuse and torture, like basically paying for meat, is because you agree with having pets?
Yeah, let's just say that for now.
How are they related?
Because aren't pets exploitative of animals?
That, it has nothing to do, we're talking about what you can do to help animals.
Right. So I don't drink milk. I only buy half a cow for the year. And then I
Half a
usually
cow
just buy
helping
fruits
the
and
animals.
vegetables most of the year.
Why
Well,
not
I would say
buy
that I'm
plant-based
lessening my imprint
beef
on
then instead? If you're trying to help the cow by eating half the cow, just don't eat the other half. Just eat plant-based.
Well, no, like I'm buying half a cow from a farmer, and that gets me through the year.
Yeah, but then you're paying that farmer to continue the work that he's doing, which is to slaughter that cow. So
Sure.
why just not do that?
Well, like I don't eat out at a bunch of different places, so I'm not contributing to other companies, buying more meat every year or things
It
like
doesn't
that.
matter. You're still doing some sort of contribution. You're contributing to this farmer. I don't care if he's a small farmer. He's still enslaving cows and then slaughtering them. And whether you like it or not, those cows are suffering. You're saying you're eating only half the cow to be moral, but why not try plant-based? I mean, it's just as easy as eating that half a cow, if not better, because you're not harming that cow.
Also, I would have a hard time believing that that half a cow is the only meat and animal product that you eat for the entire year. I guarantee that you go to the grocery store and you buy other items that have either meat, dairy, egg, whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, like eggs and stuff, like dairy products.
Yeah.
Well, I do buy eggs from my cousin who has chickens, but I don't try milk very much. I'll do like almond milk.
Why do you see animals as resources and not sentient beings?
I think it's perfectly reasonable to see them as both.
So, if I just said I see babies that won't make it to the age of 10 as resources because that's just how I feel, is that moral?
Well,
Does that mean I should be allowed to continue doing so?
Well, I would argue that, and I'm being facetious here or whatever, but I would argue you do see babies as resources because they go off and fight our wars.
Oh, I don't want babies to go fight wars.
Yeah.
It's such a weird tangent.
I don't think anyone here is having a child to have them become a soldier for the U.S. military at the moment.
Are you guys not from the Midwest?
I would never have a child to send to war. I don't think
that's a false equivalence to raising a child to become a meat byproduct for them to experience torture and disease to be a part of food when that same food can be replaced by plant-based items.
So what morally justifies doing this to animals but not humans?
Speciesism, I guess.
Okay, so you're literally just saying that you care about your in-group like a racist. Because that's what speciesism is.
Yeah, as long as...
Okay, well, if you're racist, then we're done here. Done with that.
Makes me also sad to see people say, oh, I used to be vegan, I used to eat plant-based. Why do you just suddenly think that you can use these animals attack? You were living a life where you didn't have to hurt someone, and if it was for the fact that you couldn't find resources, there's literally a vegan right in front of you with resources. Like it says resources right there. It's right there.
Yep.
And even I found that I look back, it's of my own laziness that I don't mean to be like harsh, but it was of my own laziness. I kept saying that, oh, I couldn't find the resources. They were literally right there. All I had to do was take a quick second to Google to care about this animal's life.
And that's what I always say. That's why I always tell people to go watch Dominion because, if you're not motivated and you're just doing it for health to me, I always describe it as cardboard. It's boring. Nobody really cares about their health. I mean, some people do, but it's only until it's really extreme that anybody really cares about it, right? Like, it's just either it's about aesthetics or, I don't know, just not everybody can commit to being healthy. Everybody succumbs to that. But most people would agree that oppression is bad. And if you can avoid demanding someone's oppression, you should. And it's so easy, as you say, to live a vegan lifestyle. He did it for a while. That means he potentially knows how to. And if he doesn't, there's vegan resources. Go look for him. But I just don't believe that he actually did it for the animals because he kept just coming up with excuses. If he truly did go vegan early on, he would have been like, oh, I'm so glad there's resources. I will check those out before I actually, sit here and defend using animals for dumb reasons, like something about his pet and, I don't know, something. It just didn't seem like he was being up here for honest reasons. Especially when you say, yes, it's okay to be racist.
There's a lot of people.
And then I see people in the comments all the time talking about, oh, you can't compare that to that. The reason that we are comparing these animals down to a human level is because when we say the word animal, when we talk about cows, pigs, chickens, you already see them as less than. We're putting them up to your level to answer the people in the comments. We're putting them up to your level so you can understand how intense this is because to us, this is a life. Whether you like it or not.
It's not even to us. It's to them. The animals themselves, they care what happens to them. Whether or not their life is as rich as yours doesn't matter, because we have humans that don't have a rich sentience, right? They're not fully aware of what's around them, right? They maybe just have really simple needs, right? Just some slight entertainment, and they need food. Those humans we still wouldn't exploit just because they're not able to contribute back or they need care. That's not fair to them. They didn't choose to be born in that body. Animals didn't choose to be born in that body either.
I'm still not over Goofy that talked about how her mom would take these poor animals that
Actually,
survived this.
before you continue, Goofy, actually, I saw in the comments, I'll bring her up. She had something to say, and I am very interested.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey.
So I just want to say, you guys have completely changed the way that I'm thinking, just based off of the moral aspect. Because I have kids myself, and so when you hit me with that question and I gave my answer, I had to really go look in the mirror like, are you serious? Like, is that really how you would feel looking at my own child that has a heart condition? So now I'm just thinking, I went to your resource page, by the way. It is amazing. So I am planning on, when I get groceries, to try to switch to plant-based things. But my question is...
Yay!
You know, something about that, too, is that, you know, we are always learning new things about animals or non-human animals and the way that their brains work. And something that we have to remember is that just because we don't fully understand the way that they have emotions and the way that they communicate, it doesn't mean that they are less than. It just means that they're different than us. And just because they're different than us, it doesn't mean that they don't deserve to live their lives the way that they want to live them. You know what I mean?
Right. So my main question is concerning my mom. Her farm was not the way it is now, and she changed it because of me and the way that I brought my spirituality towards her and things like that. So now, regarding what you guys just like opened my mind to, what do I even say to her? Like, I don't know how to
I was going to say, before you came up here, I was going to say, try to level with her like we did with you. And then on top of that, I was going to say, imagine for these animals, she's taking them from these slaughterhouses, these sanctuaries, because they're old and they don't want them. They can't be used. Imagine what they're feeling. They think that they're free. They're probably relieved of some stressors of not hearing, seeing, and feeling their other penmates be killed and slaughtered, and then they're taken to this home, and like you said, they're loved and nurtured, and that same person that loved and nurtured them just killed them for no reason.
She didn't say they were killed. She said, or unalive, excuse me. She said that they let them pass on their own. But the issue is, it's still objectification because you're purchasing these individuals to use them.
Right, and the best way that you can honor them is, like you said, if you want, you can bury them like you said. I would recommend burying them, and then you can use that. You were talking about how, I don't really know how to farm, but you were talking about how you use that so that you can grow more food and stuff. You can honor their bodies by then not eating their bodies, but using it for grain, to make more farm, to make more vegetables, and learn how to do it yourself. You're still using that animal's body, but I would say it's a better way to take care of them and honor their body and their life than consume that poor baby.
Go ahead, Goofy. I know you wanted to say something.
Yeah, that cow, I will say that cow story kind of broke my heart also, because like I said, I was looking at my own child like, wow, would I really subjugate my child to having him cut open if he were to pass away because of his heart condition? No, I don't think I would want my child's brain, even if it was to save a life. That's just morally thinking, no, I couldn't do it. And then the other thing I had for Hanna at the bottom, I was going into tattooing, so I have like art and things that I do. Mm-hmm. But you said something about the ink is still like used from animals. Most of the stuff I use is like, I don't know if you guys ever heard of.
Well, so what I was saying was that most ink is vegan. It's pretty unusual to use animal products in tattooing. That's what I was saying.
Oh, okay, because I was about to say, I know a couple places that they don't use animals at all, like 100% pure. I use their hair products and stuff like that because they don't do animal testing. I hate animal testing, but I was just wondering, like, is tattooing bad because the ink?
No, most of it is totally vegan. It's honestly, people try to use that as a gotcha, but if you look into it, it's not. It's especially now, it's really not a thing anymore. Like, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And I
And
really want to thank you guys for changing my mindset. Even from a spiritual aspect, it makes more sense to give back to the earth instead of giving back to our bodies because that's just wrong.
And I want to ask you, Goofy, I'm new to this myself. I am still learning every day and finding new resources. Like, there's resources right there, but going into the grocery store trying to find those plant-based items to make meals and food out of, I'm still learning that. I would say you can follow me if you like on my Instagram. I actually make meals and stuff and share with everybody what meals and where I get them from. And they're really affordable. Like, I just found I just told VSL about it. They literally make chicken, like vegan chicken breasts. And they're $10 in a pack for 2 of them. They're a good portion size. And I just grabbed some vegetables from the dollar store and some rice, and my meal was $12. And that's enough for 2 people.
Okay, yeah, I'm definitely going to do that. You definitely got my follow. And again, thank you guys. I'm about to go call my mom and have a very long conversation with her.
You're such a great person. Oh my God, you're seriously an amazing person. Thank you for coming up here.
Amazing. So thank you for being here on my For You page.
You're amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming up here. That was, wow. I can't get over. You're an amazing person.
I've been practically haunting this place since the last time I was here, learning more. So come back to us.
Yeah, please.
Okay,
if you're ready to speak up. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
My bad. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be. You're great. Go ahead. Say what you're gonna say.
I'm going to go talk to her and, like, seriously try to get her to understand this. I've already shared your live to her, so I don't think she joined in.
Okay.
But I'm going to go talk to her, and hopefully she'll give the answer that I want, and I'll be able to come back and say, yay, we're changing the way the farm works.
Yes!
And here, like, at the grocery store, if you're looking for, like, plant-based stuff, I know that Morningstar, Meaty, Beyond are some good ones that I've been using currently, and there's so many more. Literally, all you need to do is just search vegan into a Walmart or Kroger or wherever you shop, and you can find it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Goofy, there's this amazing book that I'm reading right now that I think, I don't know if you or your mom might want to read it, but it's called The World Peace Diet. And honestly, even though I've been vegan for 10 years, it's still like, it's teaching me a lot of stuff that I still didn't even know about animal agriculture. So she might be interested in reading it. You might be into it.
Yes, I think we'll definitely both be interested in that. That's what we want, world peace. We love that.
I don't want to overload you with resources. There's a speech done. I don't really care for the person that gave the speech, but the speech itself is actually really, really good. And it's called The Best Speech You'll Ever Hear. The person is named Gary Yarovsky. There's some issues with him personally that you might come across, but listen to the speech. That might actually help your mother, because he really does break down that connection of why we relate more with the animals. And I think it's just a really motivating speech, even though he himself does have some issues. But if you do watch that video, I think that your mother might benefit from it too.
Okay, thank you. If you don't mind, I'm going to shoot you a text. Could you text that name to me?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, yes. Yes.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for all your help.
Thank you for coming up here, Goofy. You made the whole live amazing. Thank you. You really made my day. This is the best news ever. Hi.
That's my little one. That's the one that I was looking at like, I'm questioning my morals.
Yeah, no, same here. To be honest with you, Goofy, I used to make fun of vegetarians, and even when I was learning about veganism, I was like, I don't know, I had this resistance, and I had the same reasons. You know, I was like, I'm doing it the right way. I'm getting it from a source I know is doing it the right way or something like that. And it's just like, I had to do the same thing. Look in the mirror and be like, what am I really supporting here? Like, do I really believe the words that I'm saying? So I can't stress how much I appreciate you coming back up here to talk about that. That's amazing. So thank you.
No problem. Thank you, guys. I'll be
yeah.
back later.
Bye.
Bye. Hey, did you still want me to do mod? Because I can't mute and I can't mod for you.
So last time I heard that you had someone next to you that was trying to help you figure it out. So I kicked you down just so that I could do the mod thing again to you. And I did. I deleted you and brought you back, but apparently it's still not working.
Wow.
Okay, let's see if I can do it one more time.
I'll jump down again.
I don't know if you need to drop down.
Sure.
Let's check first before, because I feel bad that you have to keep going down and coming back up. It's so much work.
Well, it is for you because it's a pain in the butt.
Oh no, I want my mods to be able to do their thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It says you're added. Go ahead and try to mute Princess.
It's not letting me mute myself.
What the hell? Okay, well I did add you. Try dropping down now, and then I guess I'll add you back up.
Let me do it to her, but it's not letting me do it to me.
Weird.
Yeah, I'm able to mute her and unmute her, but it's not letting me do it to mine.
I don't know why it's doing that.
So I probably will have to drop down.
I was going to say, maybe drop down and I'll bring you back up. I'm not going to be up much longer anyway, but yeah, go ahead and drop down and come back up. You can't mute? Oh, Ben. Why? Why does TikTok hate me? Princess, can you do anything? Okay, you can mute yourself.
I can mute myself and everything. I'm good to go.
Okay, good. I don't know why TikTok hates me so bad.
Real quick, I've been seeing this guy in the comments, and I just want to ask you, sir, you obviously did not come here for the prompt. You didn't come here to learn about veganism or plant-based or to share any opinion other than I like steaks. Yeah. So dude, like, just chill. Please chill. We had a beautiful moment, and you're trying to ruin it for no reason because we're trying to save the lives of animals. Ooh.
What was his comment?
He was just commenting just such stupid stuff. Yum chicken, yum steak.
Oh, got it.
And then when the lady came back and said that she changed her mind, he said, so amazing, so brave, so wow, much wow. Like, I don't never understood why people are angry because we're fighting for an animal to be able to live a good life without suffering. That just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody saw somebody crossing the road that was, like, kicking a dog, I'm sure they would intervene, if not at least think, wow, that's really immoral. Most people don't think it's right to abuse animals. There you are, Ben. Okay. Ben, I've re-added you. You should be able to do stuff now. Lori, you probably have been requesting for a minute now. I'm sorry. I didn't have my guest list up. Too many buttons. I gotta say, TikTok, like, let's fix this. Okay, Lori. Can you mute yourself?
Nope.
No! Okay, well.
Why is it doing this all
I
of a sudden?
don't know. I removed you, I closed it, and then I reopened it, and I added you back.
It's going back, not letting me mod, so.
And I think that Ethan is the same one that asked if vegans are also pro-life.
Oh. You could be pro-life or pro-choice. There's both vegans. They both exist. It has nothing to do with veganism. I personally have an opinion. Everybody kind of has their own opinion about this. If you want to share it, that's fine. Don't feel pressured to, because they're trying to get you into a gotcha. So
They are, and I know what he's trying to convey and do. That we care about the animals, but we don't care about children, do we?
Well, the
he
question
even just said, if you're fighting for animals' lives, why are you not fighting for the children?
The question would be to him, right? If he's fervently one or the other, then he should be vegan. Because people that are fervently pro-life or pro-choice are that because they care about the sentience of somebody or they care about the autonomy of somebody, right? So if you care about sentience or autonomy, why would you continue to use animals who are clearly sentient and they deserve their autonomy? Like, it just doesn't make sense if you're fervently one or the other and you're not vegan. That just doesn't make sense to me.
And then just to answer, Ethan, the spaces where we're talking about veganism, plant-based, and the rights of animals, there are other spaces, times, and places where we will be advocating for children and talking about children.
Yeah. I am absolutely for human rights. If somebody is not for human rights, I don't talk to them anymore because everybody knows that human rights are important because they care about themselves. And I don't really want to have to hold the hand of some psycho about why we should respect each other, you know?
And even more so, I feel like Ethan is the same one arguing this. Goes to a Walmart checkout aisle, donates and rotates his change or some crap, pats himself on the back, and then does nothing for humanity or people. But okay, Ethan, go ahead.
Yeah, like Ethan, what are you defending? Oh, sorry, Lori.
It's okay. You have three that have been waiting. In
Oh
the
yeah,
queue.
let's pull them up.
I can't do anything. It's not letting me do anything.
I literally made you a mod, Lori. I swear I haven't taken any of your powers away. I swear.
Yeah, they're all gone. It's so weird.
You can even see it on YouTube. I pull down the little screen. I mean, it's not on YouTube right now, but when I do post it.
Yeah, it's so weird. I don't know why I can't. I don't
know.
I can't mute myself either for you.
Well, just as long as there's not loud noise, it's okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to be quiet.
Also, don't worry about inviting people up. If they want to come up, they'll just request. Again, if you spam them with, if you spam them with, hey, come up here, they can't interact in the chat or mod at all. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. That's good.
Howdy.
Hey, Jack, are you over 18?
I am.
Awesome. Why aren't you vegan yet?
Well, I have a dairy cow myself. I rescued her from the slaughter line. I share milking with her calf. Do you think, where would you see the error in that?
I mean, would it be moral if you did this to a human woman?
I mean, I don't force when she comes up, we trade. I give her feed every single time. She really likes it.
Okay, so she's a mammal. When
So
do mammals...
if a woman was there, she'd probably not want to do that. Her preferences would be against that. I'd be surprised if a woman would willingly come up to a stand just because there's food in front of it.
So cows and humans are mammals. When do mammals produce milk?
After giving birth.
Right. So how did she get pregnant?
Well, she was already pregnant when I purchased her from the
So
slaughter
you
line.
purchased a pregnant cow to purposely
who is
get
going
milk
to
from.
be slaughtered.
Yes, but you literally bought her from being killed to exploit her.
I mean, you could put it that way, but ultimately I'm giving her a life that she would never have.
So when she passes, are you going to get another one to replace her?
I don't know.
Because that's called supply and demand. When you buy someone, they're going to replace her. You're taking from somebody and giving them money so that they can go. So do you know what
I might
happened?
go and rescue another cow that's.
So you're not rescuing. Let's be clear. You're not rescuing. This is like saving a child from being unalived and then using them for your benefit.
Except that everything is. I don't force the cow to do anything.
Is child labor okay? Do you think child labor is acceptable?
No.
Good. So we do recognize that human children
But what labor are we talking
sentient.
about? What's the
Any
concern?
labor that I deem that is in my benefit, right? I only have them for me to use. I don't have them because I want them as a companion or because I want to give them a rich life. I have them because they produce something that I want. That's it. That's why I have them.
Yes,
Is that
and
moral?
I produce something for the cow that she wants.
You're not listening, Jack. You're taking
I mean,
someone, no, you are so fixated on what you benefit from her oppression, you can't see what you're doing. You're so fixated that I want milk. You don't need milk. Who's that milk for?
Me and my family.
The milk is for her baby.
Well, and their baby has it too, yeah.
Her baby alone. Are you a baby cow? No, you're not. Is your family a baby cow?
No, of course not.
Exactly. So it's not for you.
But why is that wrong all by itself? Sharing with a...
Because it's not yours to share. 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 If a woman is pregnant and she gives birth, can I just take the milk from her because I'm feeding her? This is my milk now. I don't care what your consent is. I'm taking this milk. Is that moral?
And then I would like to point out, you saved her from a slaughterhouse to then exploit her as a dairy cow. And you're saying, well, it's kind of, it's kind of, she gives me the milk, I give her the feed and a better life. You do understand how kind of sick that kind of sounds. I'll save you from slaughter if you give me your milk from your baby. if you give me the milk, and you're exploiting her for that milk in exchange for some sort of freedom for her. And then on top of that, my question is for you, what are you going to do when she stops being able to produce milk? Are you going to do what they do at dairy farms and forcibly inseminate her to have another baby?
No.
Are you going to go and buy milk so that other cows will be exploited in worser conditions?
No, I like the way that I'm doing it because I think that it is probably one of the best options for that cow. I mean, yeah, I'm making choices for it, but like, I think
the best option for that cow is for you to get up and go get oat milk from Kroger. That's one of the best options, to just get up and go get some oat milk or soy milk.
Yeah,
or
well, oat milk and soy milk don't
feeling
compare to cow milk.
Today. You don't need milk to survive. You're exploiting that animal for no reason in exchange for its freedom. You did it in exchange for some sort of freedom.
Yeah. All right. You know what? I should have just left her alone to get slaughtered. I mean, come on.
No, you should have taken her like you did, and then not exploited her. Like,
not exploited her. What
Exploitment
does
was
that
wrong.
look like to you? I mean, I have property for her to be grass fed. She.
In exchange for her milk.
Yeah, we have an exchange. That's what people do too. We exchange every time we go to business.
I'm sorry. If I see someone.
Okay, but how is a cow supposed to give consent?
Hold on. If I
mean,
see
my
someone
child
in
doesn't
a
have consent when
slaughterhouse
I send
and
them
I
to
know
school.
what
Is that
slaughterhouse
wrong?
do to them, I'm not going to say, hey, real quick before I save you, are you pregnant so I can get some milk before I save you? Because if so, I will take the milk and you can live. That's sick. If I see someone that's hurt, I'm going to help them out of the goodness of my heart.
I'm not looking to hurt the animal.
But you're
But
exploiting.
the cow can't give consent, but I know that, well, she does in a certain sense. She comes up to the stanchion every single day on her own will. I don't force her to do it.
Her routine.
She wants food.
She's used to this.
She has grass. She has other stuff, but she likes the sweet stuff I work hard to produce. Cow doesn't need to eat those food to survive.
I
but
will
I
put it
provide
at
something that
this.
she
I have
likes.
trained
She
my
obviously
dog
doesn't have an
hands
issue with
up when it's
arrangement.
time to put on his harness, but does he like his harness going over his head? No, he doesn't. You can't tell. There's no way that you can really know if that cow likes or is okay with it. I don't think that she would be okay and love it if some
How do you know?
stranger just came up to her and just started drinking her milk that was meant for her calf, her baby.
How do you know?
I mean, should I steal
Have you
milk
been
from
in a
your
cow
wife's fridge when he's breastfeeding? No.
I mean, Jack, a child, right, can't consent. They can say, yes, I like something, right? They can make gestures that they're okay with something. Does that mean that they can actually consent?
No, they can't. You're right.
Okay, so back to the cow.
Well, we make
They
decisions for our
cannot
children.
consent. If a child said, yes, I want to be married right now, is that child now allowed to get married?
No.
Exactly. So just because your cow shows some kind of, I'm going to eat this food, that doesn't mean she's consenting. Hey, Ozark, go ahead.
Yeah, but you're also...
Yeah, Jack, I wanted to ask you, are you familiar with the term grooming?
Grooming?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get where you're going at. But again, this comparison between children and cows, just I don't think that's fair.
Okay, do you know what a moral patient versus a moral agent is?
Patient?
Moral patient?
No, tell me about it.
Okay, so like a children would be a moral patient. There's a reason why we don't try children as adults when they commit like serious crimes at a very young age like we do adults. It's because like they rationally can't like or logically can't understand exactly what they're doing and the implications of their own actions, right? So it's the same thing with other non-human animals. They're moral patients.
Why is it the same thing? Who says?
Okay, so how about this?
Go ahead.
Can you describe a morally relevant trait difference between you and a cow that makes it okay to do that to a cow versus like not your wife or something like that?
Sorry, restate what you're saying. I'm trying to follow.
I'm asking for a morally relevant trait difference because you said who said that they're the same, and I'm trying to figure out how they're different. aside from like being a different species, which, that's fine, but I'm trying to understand like what the morally relevant difference between exploiting one sentient being based on their species makes it okay.
I mean, well, I guess I would take umbrage with the word exploit. I mean, I just don't.
Do you understand what exploit means?
I mean, I get what you're angling at, but at the end of the day, I think what I provide.
Do you know what exploitation means?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe explain it to me.
Okay,
tell me.
Exploitation is unfairly using somebody else to benefit yourself, and there are many forms of.
I don't think I'm unfair
right?
in my transaction with my cow.
Okay, so again,
As
do
I
you
already stated, I provide
understand what
very
grooming
nice living
means?
conditions and all sorts of stuff.
Like you understand the concept of grooming somebody, right? Like it happens with moral patients all the time. There are people that take advantage of moral patients, and
you're assuming what I'm doing is wrong.
They condition them, they get them comfortable, they they coerce them into doing something, right? And that's exactly what you're describing. Your cow's coming up and comfortably getting ready because you've groomed her to do so. You've coerced her to do so.
But do people do that with pets as well?
Yeah, but there's a difference between teaching a pet for their safety versus specifically grooming them to do something for you to exploit them and then be comfortable with it. There's a big difference.
I don't know. I mean, it's
like saying, well, people send their children to school all the time.
How is that different?
Wait, can you repeat that again?
I said, obviously I have one trained dog. She's great. I love her. She protects my farm and everything.
Mm-hmm.
You could say I groomed her into being the kind of farm dog. That
do you think that there would be a difference between sending a child to
school
school and teaching them like how to function as a normal human being within society versus teaching them to be comfortable with being essayed by an older person?
Yeah, I mean that would be disgusting.
Oh, I absolutely agree, but you understand there's a difference between the two, right?
Yes.
And I'm not like, I mean, I guess I kind of am because you've acknowledged that you would not put a human woman in that situation.
Well, they literally. I see what you're saying, but my wife, when she gave birth, she willingly gave her milk to somebody else who was breastfeeding for a period of time.
She
yes, because humans are capable to do that with others.
She wasn't
we have an ability to communicate with each other in a way.
You didn't marry her to specifically use her for her milk or anything like that. That's something she consented to. You trained your cow to be comfortable with her exploitation. That's not rescuing an animal. That's commodifying an animal so you can use them.
I've got a side question then. I rescued 4 horses as well, obviously. I don't milk them or anything like that. Is that a problem? I don't use them for anything. I do use them for their poop, though. I find it very useful to do the farming, to grow the things so that I don't have to use chemical fertilizers.
Wait, so did you rescue the horses for their manure?
It's not mutually exclusive. It wasn't my main focus. I wanted to do a good thing. I'm grateful that I'm blessed to have the land I do, so I try to do something good with that. But I do use their manure. I mean, it's vegan. How do you think you enjoy all the food you do without some kind of nutritional supplement to put into the ground to eat the food you're having?
That's a good question. I'm actually a farmer, so
okay, cool.
And I don't rely on external inputs from animals.
I don't have to. On external inputs from what? The oil industry? So that's
I'm talking about from animals, like manure. I don't rely on animal products for my farming operations. You're implying that it's like
chemical fertilizers from the oil industry?
No, I don't use chemical fertilizers.
What do you use? Magic?
Biodiversity.
Okay.
You're familiar with the term biodiversity?
Are
you familiar with the term like green manure crops? Are you familiar with the term of nutrient mining crops? Are you familiar like with any of that stuff?
Yeah, sure. I am, of course.
Okay, so then like what's the issue here?
Okay, fair enough. Good point.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be condescending or anything. I understand where you're going.
I stepped out. It's cool.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm glad that we squared that part away.
Fair enough.
But again, I mean, and listen, I think it's great if you do have the intention on rescuing animals, but I just want to express that you should know the difference between rescuing versus commodifying, and rescuing somebody to use them is on the exploitive side. It's not
I guess the
necessarily.
question I have is, how do you draw the line? So I showed an example with my horses where, I do use something from them. And then the same thing with the cows. Like, I do use something from them. Is that my sole purpose? Is that my sole motivation? What percentage of the motivation makes me bad now?
I can concede that one of my really good friends, she is a sanctuary owner. She has like dozens of animals that she's rescued, and she does use their manure for composting. Like, I don't think that's inherently exploitive, especially if her intention wasn't to rescue them to specifically do that. The difference, though, is that cow is producing milk for their babies, and we don't if you rescue that cow and she needed to be milked for health or something, that food could go to her babies, know. But
I guess the question
that's
is,
the difference.
how do you decide what consent is? I mean, ultimately, with a cow, how maybe she's okay with it. How do you know?
Well, how do you know whether
you're kind of
it's okay
personalizing
with being exploited?
Well, let's
or not,
put it this
right?
way: if we don't know, why don't we just not take? I mean, you just said it. You don't know she's consenting. You just said before, yeah, she is consenting, and then you said, how do we know she's consenting? If we don't really know, then why don't we not take? Because let's be honest, you don't need milk. That's the real tea here. You don't need it, and if you need it that bad, oat milk, soy milk, almond milk. Milk, okay? You don't need your cow's milk. You don't need milk. That is what we are putting and implementing here. You just said it yourself. We don't know. Maybe she loves it. Maybe she loves to give you milk. But you just said it yourself. We don't know. So why not just not take? What is the argument here? You could literally just not do it. Just not.
I mean, that's an arbitrary standard on yours. We're kind of stuck at two arbitrary standards.
If the worry is that if someone in the comments or somewhere, he has a dairy cow, it's more affordable, he has his own milk at home, blah, 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 blah. You can have your own oats at home. Oats can be dried and can be kept up for years.
I've made oat milk before.
And you can be used. Okay, awesome. Make oat milk. Don't drink your cow's milk.
It's not the same thing, though. It doesn't do the same nutritional value.
Milk is really terrible for you anyway. It's not good for your body.
I disagree. I mean, that's your opinion, but...
It might be nutritional, but
science.
Okay, the arbiter of science
from
here.
somewhere else, and again, you don't need that milk. You don't need it that badly.
It's not good
You're
for
not
you.
on the edge of your life where the only thing to bring you
You
back
don't know
is
where
this
I'm at.
cow's
You
milk.
don't know what my situation is. Like,
Jack,
I
look,
live pretty secluded, and
grow-
nutrition is very valuable.
Do you feed the cow?
Yeah, I grow feed myself.
You grow feed. So
I'm pretty
could you...
self-sufficient here.
Okay.
I don't know how I would live my self-sufficient life and be vegan, honestly. It wouldn't even, I don't know how that would work.
You don't have a grocery store?
There's not a grocery store in my county. I live really isolated.
Like, how far away is your closest grocery store?
Probably about 45 minutes.
Okay. So 45 minutes.
Again, I'd have to
you
get in the
just stock
car
up on
and
everything
drive
you
and
need.
spend on the gas.
I mean, do you not go to the store for other things, like toothbrushes and such?
You don't have to do that very often.
I know, but my point is, you don't ever go to the store?
No, of course I do, but I also don't spend a lot.
That's fine. So I'm not telling you to spend a lot. We're just saying you have options, and you're saying, well, if I want to have this label of self-sufficient, I have to do it on the backs of somebody else without their consent.
I mean, this is how humans have lived forever. This is a very modern
Yeah, but
we
we're
have
talking about now.
Yeah, we have options now. You don't have to do it, which is what Princess was saying. You don't need milk. You can drink something else. And right now,
what if I do? What if
And even to add on to what you're saying, BSL,
would it be okay then?
you know how to farm, so you could, like you said, you've had oat milk before. Let's just you can literally farm the resource to make this milk that you want.
Okay, I have a question then. If I'm within starvation, like, is it okay for me to drink milk then?
Are you starving right now?
Yeah, we're talking about like
so
obviously
no.
versus desire.
No.
Okay, one at a time. One at a time. Princess, I just want to interrupt. I'm gonna let you talk, but then I want Ozark to come in after you. Okay?
Oh no, not a problem.
Okay.
This hypothetical that you're putting yourself in, we're talking about now. you being on the brink of whatever you're talking about, okay, that is a whole other topic, conversation to figure out what to do. We are talking about now. Right now, you are not on the brink of starvation from what it sounds like. I would hope you're not starving on a TikTok live chat right now.
But I'm trying to figure out the moral
we're talking about right
here.
now. Why aren't you vegan right now? Why are you exploiting your cow right now when those resources are available for you right now? This hypothetical that you're putting yourself in.
I guess I just don't agree that
The
I'm
whole
exploiting
argument.
my
We're
cow.
talking
I
about
see her
now.
like a pet. I love her like
Not this
any of my
unforeseen
other pets.
hypothetical.
I love my cow just like I do any other pet in my life. I treat her very well. I don't see it as exploitation. I just reject your guys' claim on that front. I mean, we're getting in circles, so I'll probably step out. Like,
That's
I appreciate
okay.
the
Hold on. I think
conversation.
Ozark wanted to add something, and then you can.
I just wanted to ask really quick, like how much of your land is dedicated towards like for grazing, I guess.
Percentage-wise, I would say.
Like, I mean, like just throw out like a rough like acreage amount.
Acreage.
Okay. I know like livestock, especially big ruminants, and like other animals like horses require quite a bit of land. So I'm just curious.
Yeah. Well, I have my main thing is actually an apple orchard. I have an organic apple orchard out here it's my mainstay of how I provide for myself and my family. And we're getting into apple season. I'm really stoked about it now. But only about half of my property is in farming altogether. The other half is dedicated to wildlife preservation.
So I guess what I'm like mainly what I'm trying to ask is like, because you said you rescued horses, like, and your cow obviously. What's their food source? Like, are they grazing on land, or are you like?
Yes, yeah, I have enough grazing land, more than enough. I don't try to tax the land. I'm not.
Sure. The reason why I'm asking, and I'm trying to figure out like what typically grows on that land.
Oh, well, it's a mountainous area. We have a lot of grass. It was probably wooded all at one point, but since then it was clear cut for livestock.
Yeah.
It was probably all cattle 25, 30 years ago.
So it's arable land, right?
Mostly it's pretty high slope. So as far as farming, traditional farming, it lends itself more towards livestock. Sheep was generally what people grew out here back in the day.
Yeah, and you have like,
not a lot of flat ground for doing.
Do you have like any acreage on flat land that you're growing crops on?
I don't have flat land for like commercial crops. No, I do gardening, smaller sections. I've terraced out some things, but
I'm not necessarily talking about commercial. The reason I'm asking is because if you have room for like cattle to graze and you can grow grasses and stuff like that, you can grow like grains and legumes on that land, and it actually takes a lot less land, to feed your family on a small amount of acreage than relying on dairy from your cow or something like that. I mean, it's like if you have the space for her to graze and stuff.
I see. No, you're right. I understand that the amount of protein you could grow from legumes compared to the amount of protein you get from an animal, there's no comparison. You're right about that entirely.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess my thing, because I heard you talking about self-sufficiency, like you can actually be more self-sufficient on land that you have, like growing enough food for a plant-based diet than relying on like animal products and stuff like that. That's my whole point here.
All right. Well, hey, as I said, I appreciate the time to talk and kind of throw out some of my ideas.
Yep.
Jack, I want to be clear though, like if you do continue to purchase animals to be used, you're just putting in a demand for another animal to be born into existence that has this handicap of overproducing milk, and most of them are going to go into a slaughterhouse. I understand that you're saving them, but you're also still just viewing them as resources. And I would strongly urge you to go check out like the Ranchers Advocacy Program. It's run by Renee, who is at Rowdy Girl Sanctuary. They used to raise cattle. And they might be able to answer further these questions about, like, why is it harder on the cow for you to do this to her, and why it's still immoral. Because I don't know if you still understand that. It sounds like you still think it's okay to do this. And I'm sorry I wasn't able to convey it clear. I really, if I were her...
It's okay.
Okay, if I keep putting myself in the victim's perspective, I understand she's not really
but I
aware
think that's
of it.
personalization. I mean, you got to be careful. It could be delusional thought.
I could tell you there's science behind this. It's not just me going my feelings. It's about that she's a sentient being, and all sentient beings share similarities in the sense that we don't want to feel harm, right? We want to do what we want to do. Even in I could point out, I'll let you say something, but I just want to throw out an example. Like, I'm sure you've seen the movie Mad Max, right?
No. Sorry.
No? Okay, that's okay. So it's people surviving out in the desert, and they're crazy. And they have a society, but they have enslaved some of the women, and so they treat them really well. They keep them in a separate place. They have nice clothing. They're given food, water. They live, you could argue, way better than the rest of the population who is enslaved, who is just building machineries or whatever they're doing. And these women, even though they live way better than the rest of the population, are still enslaved to have babies and to make milk. And even in that scenario, they don't want to be slaves. In the vastness of the desert, they still want to escape. And that's just us humans. And even though a cow may not go to the same extremes that a human does, because some of us humans do have more complex thought, that doesn't mean that she doesn't have the same wants to be left alone. So we can safely assume that no sentient being wants to be enslaved. And if you look at it from that perspective, I did talk a lot. Please go ahead and say your response.
No, that's okay. I mean, you put in kind of strong language like enslaved. I don't think that's a fair evaluation of what's going on.
Well, you wouldn't have saved her if she didn't provide you something.
You're probably right about this case. It was a large expense for me to do it.
That's why she's a slave. She's a slave because you only purchase her.
Any transaction makes slavery. I mean, we in a capitalist society continually trade with each other. It's not entirely willing all the time.
But we don't trade sentient beings, right? You don't trade other humans because that human cares what happens to them. As soon as you objectify a human, it's no longer that they have intrinsic value. They only have external value that is placed on them. That cow, you don't see her intrinsic value. She cares about her life. You only see the extrinsic value, what you can get off of her.
Human history, people sold themselves into slavery because they were so miserable.
Was that moral, though? Was that moral for people to have to live that way?
Hear me out.
Why perpetuate it?
You kind of interrupt me. What I was trying to say is, again, I don't think slavery is moral at all amongst human beings, but people did that willingly. They sold themselves in because their lives were so hard and they couldn't take care of themselves that they found life under some kind of master or whatever to be more advantageous for them. No, it's not fair. It's not fair, but we're not promised anything except for suffering and death, and sometimes we see something better.
Why be the oppressor when you could provide mercy?
I provide very beautiful things. If I open the gate to the front and I say, go for it, go. That's not helpful either. So what we've done to cows and all the farm animals, right? We've taken them out of their natural habitat and we've made them mate with somebody they wouldn't normally mate with. So their baby was deformed and made the products that we want. Every time that you are buying animals, you are in supply and demand and you're telling them, I want more of these animals. And they're going to take your money, put it towards replacing what you have purchased. So you're still perpetuating that it's okay to use these animals. It's okay to enslave them. It's okay to impregnate them because we benefit from it. And I'm just trying to tell you, put yourself in their position. It's not a matter of releasing them to the trees. It's about the fact that you're using her. She has been now made that she can't survive. Woo, that is loud. Who is that? Somebody's got loud. Oh, no? Helen, is that you? Oh, it might have been you, Helen. That was loud. Sorry. Sorry, Jack. I thought it was you, but it wasn't you. The point is that cows have been domesticated. We've robbed them of their natural abilities to be able to survive. They are dependent on us now. You have taken on the responsibility of taking care of her, so I do think you have a moral obligation to her to provide her care. She has no obligation to give you anything. But you don't see it that way. You see it as transactional, as you said. She needs to give you something. So that's the issue. If you adopt a child, it should be in the mindset
that you want to give them a rich life, not because you want to cut their hair and use their poop for fertilizer.
Yeah, although people have children largely motivated so that they have someone to take care of them when they're old.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you, Jack. I don't
Okay.
disagree with you that a lot of people do have kids in a manner that's not actually moral. I don't disagree with you, but we do know.
You think it's immoral to have a transactional mindset, though? I mean,
yes,
just because you have a
that's
transactional mindset.
that's objectifying somebody. Remember I talked about intrinsic value and extrinsic value? So intrinsic means what you care about, right? You have value because you love your life. You care about you. That's intrinsic. Extrinsic is just somebody else, like she's pretty. I like her because she's pretty. I like her because she gives me milk. I like her because she gives me eggs, you know. I like her because of what she provides for me. That's extrinsic. That's what we do to slaves. We take
I think we
away,
do that with everyone, actually.
But
I think
is
it's
it moral?
kind of naive to
Is
think
it
that we're all
moral?
just
Do you think it's moral?
to expect
Objectify.
things in exchange.
To objectify.
You're kind of begging the question. You're assuming your moral framework, but I don't
I'm
think
not,
you necessarily
though.
provide
Jack,
the basis for
are
that.
you telling me that you would be okay with being enslaved? Like, let me give you the options. The options are you could be humanely cared for, you could be conventionally cared for, you could just be cared for as the individual that you are and not used. Which would of those three would you prefer?
Sorry, say it again.
So you could be, I said cared for, but I meant exploited, like used. You could be used in a really humane way, like you're doing to your cow right now. You could be used in a really humane way. Or you could be used in a conventional way. Or you could just be cared for as the sentient being you are and not be required to
Okay, but who's
give
caring
anything.
for me? Like, who
I don't know,
owes me
whoever took
anything?
on the responsibility to.
What does that mean, though?
If you're not able to take care of yourself, there's usually somebody else that's going to take care of you, right?
They don't owe you that, though. Who owes anybody
I don't
any
think
of that?
anybody owes anybody anything. I just think that in society we've now found that we would prefer, if we were someone that was born without cognitive abilities to take care of ourselves, if we were them, we would hope somebody would take care of us. Is it a moral obligation?
But it's not necessarily a moral obligation. I don't believe there's any moral obligation that somebody has necessarily. I mean, I don't know. I personally am a rather benevolent person, and I'm not going to bring up religion, but like I do believe in doing more, but I don't think naturally we have any obligation to take care of anybody.
I'm saying the obligation for you and this cow is when you took her home, you took on the obligation that you're going to take care of her. That's your obligation. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
She doesn't have an obligation to give back to you. Yeah. That's my point.
Yeah, she could, I mean, I guess.
But you only see her for the value she gives you. Do you see where your mindset's coming from? This is the mindset of an oppressor. You're just using her.
I think that's what everyone does with every relationship that they have.
You keep saying that. It doesn't matter what everyone else does. You think it's immoral. Why are you doing it? If everyone was racist, are you going to be racist?
I did not say that.
If everyone was racist, are you going to be racist? If everyone was racist, good.
I'm actually attributing this to you.
Can you eliminate all racism?
No.
Exactly. It's a principled thing. It's not about, can I save all animals? Can I stop all people from doing bad things? No. I principally don't want to support oppressing someone. You're oppressing the cow because you only see her for her extrinsic value.
I don't only see her for her extrinsic value.
So if she stops producing milk, I'm sorry, Helen, go ahead. I just wanted to ask, if she stops producing milk, would you still care for her? Please, Helen, go ahead.
So Jack, let me.
Yes, I would.
Jack,
sorry, go ahead. I'm listening.
Jack, I have 9 dairy cows.
Cool.
All of them male. None of them have produced a thing for me.
Yeah,
all they've done is give me love for 7 years.
Yeah.
All they've done is live their life as nature intended and not as we dictated.
And if one of them tries to gore you,
what? So any animal can be made me. So think about it like Jack. All my dairy steer are 3,000 pounds and have horns. They could gore me. They could easily gore me. I have 1,000-pound boars with tusks. They could kill me.
For sure.
But it's not uncommon. It's just like raising a dog. If you give them love, these animals are going to give you love back.
I completely agree.
So I don't feel unsafe with any of my animals at any time.
Good.
and they give me nothing but their love. And that's all that should be
So you
required of
receive
humans.
love from them. Do you feel like you're exploiting them for their love?
No, because
Why not? Do you expect that from them?
No, I don't expect it. I have a pig who was so badly abused, so badly. He's been with us for 8 years now, and he still won't allow a human to touch him. And that's fine.
I got a horse like that.
That's absolutely fine. He's not required to give me anything. He's just required to live his life as nature was intended him to live, and not as man dictates.
Well, he doesn't because he lives in captivity on your farm.
He's got 45 acres.
There's no relationship to nature there.
He's got 45 acres of property, which pigs don't even have that big of a land.
They travel much further than that in nature. You're completely departing from reality.
Not cooney coons. Are you kidding me? Cooney coons don't even travel more than an acre.
Well, now we're talking about domesticated animals, but in that small core...
Every animal we have is a domesticated animal.
No, not necessarily.
Which animal that we eat is not domesticated?
Well, you misunderstood me. I'm not trying to defend that.
And then again, this is a domesticated animal. It's not like she can just open the gate and let him out.
But I do. He's got 45 acres. He can roam and do whatever he wants. He gets let out at 6 o'clock after feed. And
Right.
he comes back at...
She's a sanctuary. She is a sanctuary.
I don't mean let him out in the wild. I don't mean like...
I am too. I just don't mind taking some of the fruits from the animals themselves too.
Then you're not a sanctuary. Then you are not a sanctuary. No disrespect. You're not a sanctuary.
I don't really care about titles. I'm just trying to do what I think is right.
Right, to use somebody without their consent.
Somebody.
Think that there's somebody living in that cow? You don't think the cow is sentient and cares about what happens to them?
When someone goes to a job, and they work for somebody else,
not all humans can work.
Exploitation?
Jack.
If I go to a job and I work for somebody,
Jack, look,
am I being
if you're
exploited?
consenting to go to a job, that cow did not consent to produce milk for you.
Do you know how I should consent? I accept the...
No, you are an adult. You are a moral agent. You know what's right and wrong. You can make decisions for yourself. There are many humans that cannot do that, okay? Helen is a true sanctuary in that she'll save anybody she can, not based on what they can give to her, but because she sees that they're a genuine living being that needs her help. That's the point I've been trying to press to you. All you can focus on is that you prevented them from losing their life so that you could tug on her little teats, so you could go with her milk. That's what you're doing. You're drinking her fluid, and you don't need to. There's other things you can do to help her reduce her milk producing, right? Or you could just not use it. You could put it somewhere else. The point is that you're seeing her as an object to give to you. Again, extrinsic versus intrinsic. You're seeing her as your slave, not as your companion. Not as someone
Not to mention that...
Go ahead. Sorry.
Animals that produce any product, whether it's milk or eggs, it takes out of them. It takes away from their life. It's an energy that they can never get back, that they are giving to you without their permission.
Okay.
When it's not required.
Well, let me ask about, just real quick, I actually have an odd question. So I have chickens as well, so you see me. But I don't even have to do anything to them. They literally just send them out.
Find demand.
I just go and
you bought them. So chickens, the original chickens. Okay, do they lay more than one egg? They lay more than one egg. They lay more than once a week.
I feed them a little extra, so
they lay eggs?
They produce more.
Okay, so the original chicken only laid 13 eggs a year. You have genetically modified chickens. You've put in demand that more of these chickens be forced to mate with somebody so they have a mutated baby, as I already went over. So that, yes, you are.
Now.
Do you know what supply and demand is?
I understand, but the chickens were born here on the farm. I have just a small flock that I've kept for a long
You're
time.
breeding them then.
I don't do anything. The roosters live with the hens. I don't.
Yeah, but you're purposely putting them in a situation so that they reproduce for you.
I benefit from that.
Oh, I'm getting so frustrated, dude. You see,
I'm sorry, I don't mean
such
to
an oppressor. Look.
So, Jack, my roosters live with my hens too, and
Without
not
hens?
a single. I have probably 40 roosters because that's one thing that everybody dumps out.
Yeah, they get rid of. Yeah.
They dump roosters because they don't want them, and I've only probably got 15 hens. So I get the eggs.
You eat
they're
the
fertilized.
eggs?
No, I pick up the eggs and my chickens eat them. They get them right back, even if they're fertilized. As soon as they're laid, I pick them up and they get them right back because
So
it's a
is
great
it
source of
cannibalism
protein.
for them?
That's cannibalism?
I don't know. I'm asking you, not my
It's their
morality.
period. It's their period. It's
Okay.
literally their menstrual cycle.
Yeah, no, I understand. I get the biology.
They're not eating their own kind, but not to mention that if you go to a chicken house, what do you think that they're feeding the chickens? They're feeding them scratch. They're feeding them scratch made from dead chickens usually.
Ugh.
The same yeah, of course.
I mean, that's why I do what I do, so that I'm not part of any of that.
Not farm them.
I like my chickens. I mean, they're
You like
pets
eggs.
to me. They live
You
around.
like eggs.
I mean, sure, of course, I like that
That's
too.
the only
I don't
reason you
think
have
that's
chickens.
wrong.
The only reason you have chickens. The only reason why you have a cow. The only reason why you have chickens is because you get something out of them. You're exploiting them for their bodies. We have genetically made them to overproduce these things, and
Why is that wrong?
You're saying that because they've been genetically modified, it is moral for me to take the excess. And then you're going to get more, especially the chickens. If you're constantly breeding
They
the
produce
chickens,
themselves here on the farm.
no, you're not listening. You're not listening. Go ahead, Helen. Go ahead.
It's wrong because it takes days, months, years off of their life to keep laying these.
Yes.
Not to mention that the more eggs they lay, it's been known to be a fact, and I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but when I go to chicken houses that produce eggs, I can tell you I've noticed it, how many hens die laying an egg because it burst inside them, it got caught inside them, or they have reproductive cancer.
Okay, but that's a
It's
straw
one of the
man. It's
main
not my
reasons
situation.
chickens die. No, I've seen it at my place, and I don't even
I've
don't
never
even
seen
force
that. What are
them
you
to.
feeding them?
It has nothing to do with what I'm feeding them. It's the fact that I rescue chickens from chicken houses. I rescue when they depopulate a chicken hen house. I take those hens in, and by the age of 3, they're so worn out they have no feathers left. They can't walk.
Nothing
it literally
at my farm
killed
looks like
them.
that.
What?
Oh, I can't hear you.
That's what every chicken house chicken is like.
I was going to say, what Jack is describing, he's trying to say that he rescues animals and then he just uses them even though other farms would deem them spent. That's what he has set his farm to be up. So he had a cow that was already impregnated that was about to be slaughtered, and he took them in, and these chickens, I imagine, were something of a similar story, and then he's just perpetually breeding them.
I mean, I don't do anything with the chickens. They do it themselves.
Again, you're putting them in that situation.
Okay, I mean, I guess. But, what other option do you want? What do you want me to do with them? Feed them
from producing
they
babies.
Won't become box food if I don't take care of them.
You can take care of them, but stop seeing them as resources. I'm saying, as Helen was pointing out, instead of letting more chickens... Jack, do you want the answers or you just want to talk?
I do.
Okay, so my response was that you should then stop the eggs from becoming chickens. Stop making more chickens.
Why?
Because they're born now with this deformity where they have to carry this weight. Again, Jack, hello. They're born with this deformity, right? They have to now produce an egg a day. That's a handicap. And you're encouraging more individuals to be born into existence with this handicap on purpose because it benefits you. How is that not immoral? You're like, yes, I like that you're not going to be able to take care of yourself. You will rely on me forever, and you will produce stuff for me. How is that fair?
Jack, when do your chickens start laying? What month?
It usually takes at least a half a year, six months or more.
Yeah, no, I got that. Yes. No hen is mature till about 6 months, but that's not the point.
Oh.
The point is, what time of year does your hen start laying?
Oh, usually in the spring. If they're born in the fall, I mean, just kind of depends.
No, so see, it shouldn't, because think about this. If I'm a mother hen, I actually realize that I cannot raise animals in the cold. My babies would die in the cold.
Yeah.
Which is why they should not, what region do you live in where it's cold?
It can get cold. I'm in the mountains.
They shouldn't even start laying till March or till May or June.
That's usually
and
how
they
it
would
is.
be done by August.
Right. I would say more like October
they
here.
know, their body realizes they can no longer produce and save. They can't raise a baby, so they would naturally not lay an egg because it would die just from the elements.
Right. Yes, I hear you. That would be the natural element. And in fact, mine, I let them hatch them out, and they only do that in the summer when it's warm, because that's the best chance for them to survive.
But that's not the point. If they're laying before May or June, they shouldn't be laying at all, because their bodies aren't made to do that.
I mean, it sounds like they were.
Yes, they are laying before then.
Okay, mine don't start laying until the winter's done. I mean, they are pretty natural. I don't know. I don't really understand the point you're making.
That you have genetically modified chickens, that they came from a situation as we described, that their parents were forced to mate to make them even more deformed, and then you're perpetuating them on your farm to continue to have this handicap for you instead of stepping in and stopping it. It is that. If we did this to humans, Jack, if I had a bunch of children that pooped out an egg, right, and I just left them to mate so that they make more of these babies, but they're dependent on my care, is that fair? Is that fair that I keep letting them be born into a situation where they can't take care of themselves and produce an egg?
I mean, this is probably going to get me in trouble. But I don't believe animals are people like we are. I think we're different.
It's fine. You don't need to think that they're people like us. You need to understand they're sentient. They care what happens to them. They care about their families. And you're perpetuating these individuals that are deformed.
In the same way as people? I don't think so. They may have concerns.
For the same reasons that it's immoral to do this to people, it is the same reasons that it's immoral to do it to the animals. Yes, they care what happens to them. They care about their families. They care about their autonomy.
Your argument's based on equivocation.
God, you've been up here for 46 minutes. Well, look, I think we're going to call it here.
Yeah,
you're good. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Others in the queue waiting.
Yeah. Let me go.
Hey, thanks.
I'm also gonna call it here. I'm just so dead. That guy is in a situation that I'm honestly is so rare to begin with, but he's still seeing them as objects, and he doesn't understand that they care what happens to them like a human would. Like, if we had humans that didn't understand they were being enslaved, is it now okay to enslave them?
Right.
Was he still breeding his cows? Was he still breeding the cow?
No.
No?
No. He wasn't breeding the cow. He saved the cow from being slaughtered, and she was pregnant at the time. So when she came to his farm, she gave birth and now produces milk. And he says that there's a transactional thing happening where he gives food to the cow, and she willingly then gives some of her milk to him. He claims...
She doesn't have a choice.
Yeah, I know. She doesn't have a choice.
Like she has a choice.
He claims that he leaves the baby with her so that the baby can also drink milk. And I asked, if she passes away, would you get another cow? And he says he doesn't know. He doesn't think so.
But so it should disturb him just to think that, and it's common practice, right, to send pregnant dairy cows at full term to slaughter.
Yeah.
That's a common practice. That should disturb all of us.
Big time.
Well, and the thing is that he doesn't understand, although he is maybe the least oppressive, he's still oppressing. Like, the fact is that he's not seeing them for their intrinsic value. Like, I don't look at squirrels or any other wild animal and go, I need you to benefit me for me to actually think that it's okay for you to exist. That mindset just doesn't make sense to me. Like, he only wants to save the dairy cow because she will provide for him. He doesn't care that she's an individual that doesn't want to feel harm and wants to live and just be with her baby. It'd be like you saved a woman from maybe a prostitution ring, right? And she's pregnant. And when you bring her to your home to give her shelter and take care of her, she gives birth. And now she has milk. Is it now fair if you put a bucket in her face for you to squeeze her titty and get that milk out? You've provided the transactional thing, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like you said, he doesn't have these animals because he wants to help the animals. Like, he has chickens because he wants eggs. He has the dairy cow because he wants milk. So, yeah. And I don't like this transactional argument anyway, because these animals are not asking to be born. These animals are not, it's not like these animals are coming up to these people, knocking on their doors and saying, hey, can you take me in and take care of me? And if you do that, then I'll give you stuff. You know what I mean? Like, these people are making the choice to take these animals in. These animals don't owe you anything. They didn't ask for this.
He wanted to save animals because he genuinely wanted to give them a rich life, and he has the resources to provide them a rich life. I have no problem with that. My issue is that, like you say,
it's the execution. What he's doing is he's saving them from being unalived, but he's perpetuating their exploitation. You know.
You think that I'm saving children if I? Oh, go ahead, Princess.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to say, I just can't see how you would even want to do that. Cows, we've even studied, cows are so similar at times in the behavior of even dogs. I'm just thinking, for me, my dog, the reason that he was a little more cheaper is because he was there for so long. Nobody wanted him. Is it transactional now, because I adopted him and saved him, that I should now milk my dog? No. And then on top of that, it was so sickening to me, is it reminds me that there are actually people, because I talked to you about this VSL, I know this lady, well, I don't know her personally, but she has her own cows that she raises for food, for herself. She raises these cows, and even says that she loves this cow, but I'm going to have to unalive it for myself. It's sickening. You don't. You literally don't. That's
actually more of a moral problem, because when you take a baby and you raise that any baby, whether it's a dog, a cat, a cow, a pig, and to them you are their pack. To them you are their herd, their flock. Mm-hmm. And when you unalive them, that's the greatest, absolutely the greatest betrayal.
I agree.
And then there's this lady on TikTok, which I feel is even more devious. She talks about how she feels bad for the animal market and the meat market. So her way of, going against the meat market and factories like that is making her own animal meat by breeding bunnies. And I'm like, you literally, like, people joke about this, about evil people eating bunnies, but this woman is literally eating bunnies and breeding and raising bunnies. She even went so far as to grab a baby bunny, look at the camera, and she's like, it makes me so sad, I do get sucked into their faces, but it's better than the other option. There's another option, vegan.
Right.
There is another option where you don't have to breed rabbits for slaughter. Where you don't have to take a baby rabbit and raise it to be cooked. I don't care. I have people that tell me, they're nurtured, they're loved, they're given love every day. It doesn't matter. You have taken this animal and you have overrid its trust when you decide to use them like food. And you have been looking at them like food. And what's so sick is you named them. You raised them like your own, and then you just ate them?
Yeah, I don't know how people can do that. I
can't. Like, I just put in the perspective of my dog. Like, me just suddenly, like, one day, I'm hungry. Let me eat my dog. And even what that guy was saying about this very crazy hypothetical of, what if I'm starving? I don't care if I'm starving. I'm not eating my dog. I am not eating another I'm not eating another life. I'm just not going to do it. I'm sorry. And then what he was talking about with that hypothetical, we're talking about milk. Milk is not going to save you from the brink of starvation.
No.
it will give you a little.
If you're literally starving and you have to feed a cow, like what? Like what? You're feeding a cow and you're starving? That doesn't make sense.
Right.
My thing is, it's hypothetical that he's starving, but he lives on a farm where he grows crops. Right.
Right. I don't believe for 1 minute he still has that calf. I don't believe for 1 minute he has that calf.
No, and even if he did, though, the point that even if he was in some weird scenario where he was able to split the milk with the calf, it's the fact that he's taking without consent. Like if a woman gave birth and she has excess milk, of course she could help other people. She could consent to that. But if you just come up and take it from her, is that moral?
Right.
Because you put a bucket of food in her face because she gets food no other way, or like that's she likes food.
Right.
Yeah. He wasn't listening that if it were a human, how it loses its morality. A lot of people then start to go, well, they're not human, and that's what he said. He said, well, they're not like us. It's like they're like us in the ways that matter. And if we're unaware of our exploitation, we still find it immoral and want it to stop, right? Like if we found out we're being exploited, oh my God, I don't want that happening. Please stop.
And then I just don't understand how he doesn't see how sick it is to say, oh, well, I saved her for slaughter, so now she can give me her milk in exchange.
Right.
That is so sick. And then he was making this thing about slaves, about how they had horrible lives, so they chose to be slaves. You do understand in those predicaments, it was the oppressed.
Oh.
Yeah, that made me sick.
I'm sorry.
That made me sick when he said that.
It was the oppressors that were putting those people in those situations to where the only thing that they could choose is slavery.
Yep.
AKA us in this predicament.
So I don't know a single human. We have kids for all kinds of reasons, and a lot of them are wrong. But I don't know a single human who had kids so that they'll take care of them in their old age.
Exactly. Right? I don't know anybody like that.
In Western civilization, we throw our parents away. We put them in homes. But we don't want to deal with them.
Yeah.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah.
And what you were saying about the calf too, I can imagine, especially in Trump's America right now, how expensive everything is. I cannot imagine that he actually is keeping that calf, and once that cow stops producing milk, that he will even keep the cow. Because the amount of tons and tons of food that I can imagine that a cow has to eat a day.
I mean, Helen knows.
Not just energy for itself, but to also create milk.
So a regular dairy cow eats 110 to 120 pounds of food per day. If they're in a weather situation where it's inclement weather, where it's cold, you have to increase their calories up to 30% more, especially if they're in milk, to give them enough calories. So you're talking up to 160 pounds of food per day is what a dairy. So Zeppelin's bigger than the normal dairy cow. He's a steer and he doesn't even produce milk, and he eats 150 pounds of food per day.
Wow. Crap. And that's what I'm saying. Man. I don't want to say it like that, and I don't even believe it like that, but in his eyes and morals, that cow is basically bleeding him dry of money. And what is he probably going to do? Get rid of her.
Right.
He'll send her to slaughter.
Yeah.
Slaughter himself.
You saved her, quote unquote, and then exploited her. And then when she didn't give you what you wanted, I bet that you're going to get rid of her, because it is not an easy picnic having cows. I'm not a farmer. I've never raised cows or know any knowledge, but I know looking at that giant cow, it's got to eat, and it's got to be cared for.
It's got to have more than. It's got to be wormed. It has to have a mineral bucket, because the soil no longer produces what we need to give to the cows for nutrients, especially cows and milk.
That's right.
Right. Hi guys.
I was gonna say, you wanted to add something.
Yeah, so I talked to my mom, and she was kind of conflicted. She has two main concerns. She's asking me, does this mean that she can no longer buy any more cows? And I was like, I don't know if that's a problem, because supply and demand, like you were talking about, if she buys another cow, they're just going to replace it. And then at the same time, I was like, but I do think you should keep saving animals as much as possible. So she was trying to figure out, like, expense-wise, how is this going to help her? She was like, you're costing me money. And I was like, I'm sorry, Mom. I'm just trying to You know,
I gotta say,
I
though,
really want to make the world.
I'm really happy that she's actually willing to have this conversation with you, though. That alone is pretty fantastic. So I'm sure you see.
She's always helpful.
I'm sure you see on the main screen, Helen, what Helen is showing us. Helen is actually has a sanctuary. Maybe I don't know if Helen. Do you want to answer that question? What her mom could do?
So I wasn't there for the original talk. What did we talk about?
So in the beginning, I'm not gonna lie. I recently just made the decision today to be a vegan because they convinced me based off of morals. I felt like my morals were so wrong. I mean, like they said, these animals have feelings. But I don't believe in animal cruelty. So I convinced my mom, who has a farm, she started buying cows from the slaughterhouse, like older cows and older animals. She has a couple older chickens. But she brings them to her farm. She loves on them. She cares for them. And she just kind of waits for them to naturally die. And then she'll use the meat for other purposes, like to feed the homeless, things like that. But after the conversations we've had today, I don't want to do that anymore. I don't want to partake in that anymore.
Well, so a cow's natural lifespan is 15 to 20 years old. So, so by the time they reach that age, they're probably technically no human would want to consume their meat. It would not be edible. It would be it'd be pretty bad. But that said, I mean, when we have an animal that dies of natural causes, without if I come out one night and one of our we just lost our matriarch pig. She was 12. She weighed about 850 pounds, and that's probably the tail end of her lifestyle anyway. She died of natural causes. She had congestive heart failure. The necropsy showed. So we have tons of predators that live on our property. I can't bury that animal because I don't have a way to bury her. She's 850 pounds. We're in the middle of a drought. So I took her all the way out in the property, and I fed a family of coyotes and a family of foxes with her body.
Okay, so do you think that it's morally okay if my mother continues to buy these animals from the slaughterhouse and stuff, or would it be wrong because they're going to just replace it?
So is she, I'm unclear, is she going to, because slaughterhouses, it's hard to buy animals from. Is she going to auctions? Is she
honestly,
going to the market?
I don't really know where she goes. I know she travels a lot and she goes to a lot of different farms. But animals that are older and like in breed, animals that are quick to go up for, to be slaughtered, somehow she has her husband find out when, and then she'll go and intervene and say, hey, I want to buy this animal so he can live his life on my farm and die of natural causes. Most of the time, the reason she's telling me that it's expensive is because she does have to pay either double, sometimes triple the price to get them out of that condition. But I'm just trying to figure out, should she keep doing that, or should we just stop?
If she's going to, I doubt she's going to an actual slaughterhouse. And I say that because it's very difficult unless you have a relationship with the workers in the slaughterhouses. This pig right there was pulled from a slaughterhouse because he was sick. He would not make the cut. And I have friends that work in slaughterhouses, and they'll call me when they have an animal like that. So it's really difficult to get animals from slaughterhouses. From auctions, the auctions are where people go, the cattlemen go to sell at market. And the higher the price of beef, the more times you're going to see full auctions. When there's a drought, beef prices go way up. So people will take more animals to auction, where they're auctioned off and then usually brought to a slaughterhouse from there.
Okay.
If she's going to an actual farm and she's paying triple price, she needs to call me next time she's there, and I'll talk to the people, and I will get them to give her the animal or pay $25 for that animal.
Okay, I'm definitely going to give you a follow also so she can come check out your page, because I really want her to have a sanctuary like what you have. That is amazing.
So, it's good to make. So I know all my farmers in the local area. When they have a sick animal and when they have an animal they can't deal with, they call me. And so most of the time I can walk away with not paying a cent. But for like horses are sent to kill pens, and the kill pens actually have a contract for a set weight of animals or a set number of animals. So if you pull a horse from a or from a kill pen, you have saved that individual horse, but you've doomed another horse to take its place because they have to replace it because they owe that to the slaughterhouses.
Wow. See, I didn't know that.
So,
I don't even know how many horses she has, but I know she uses those to ride.
Kill pens they're horrific, and you'll see a lot of horse sanctuaries out there who will go to these and appeal. They'll do like these. Oh my God! If you don't send me $1,000, I can't save this horse. And they rake in the bucks, but that's emotional blackmail because they're not telling the people that that individual horse is going to save, but somebody's going to take its place.
Wow, that is horrible.
I mean, they have a contract for it. I mean, we ship off 80,000 horses a year across the border for slaughter.
Yeah, it's sickening. That's absolutely sickening. They go to Mexico, they go to Canada, they go to Japan.
Yep.
It's terrible, and half of them don't even make it on the trip over to Japan on the boats, those ships.
Well, a lot of times for Japan, they'll slaughter them in Mexico or Canada, and then they will ship over just the flesh. Yeah.
See, that's something I didn't know. I didn't know people eat horses. I didn't even know people eat bunnies. When Princess said something about the bunnies, that really broke my heart.
People eat guinea pigs. There are people that eat dogs and cats in the Asian countries.
Yeah, I knew about the dogs and cats.
And there's actually dogs and cats eaten in Norway as well. Like, it's not just China either. There's other countries. But, yeah, it's just based on...
Not as big as it is in their wet houses. Their wet houses are pretty big. It's a pretty big thing in China.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, though, I just don't want it to sound like it's a racial thing. It's because as Americans, we do just as horrendous over here to the animals that we use. So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. There's to you and I. There's no difference for what China does to their cats and dogs to what we do to our pigs, right?
Right.
I mean,
exactly.
It's the same.
Yeah. And I want to point out what Ben brought up in the comments. I don't know if you guys saw. I do agree with him that when you buy animals from farmers, I know this is a contentious. There's a lot of debate going on about this because the animal themselves doesn't know that what's going on. They just want to be rescued. So I get that as well. But when you do buy animals, as Helen was pointing out with the horses, you are giving money to those farmers to then go and get another animal. Just like it's better if you convince them to donate the animal to you because you're not supporting them in their ventures, but you're helping that individual. Yes, surrender. Exactly, Ben.
A lot of times I'll do trade with them. Since I'm a vet tech, if they have animals, they can call me and I'll go help them with that animal. So I'll do a trade for my services or something like that.
Gotcha. Yeah. And like I said, I know that itself is kind of a touchy subject, but
it is.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. But
it's so.
Go ahead.
The truth of the matter is, so a lot of sanctuaries are totally against it. I'm not going to fault anybody for how they save an animal like that. I would just say that rescue is never black and white. And I'll say I don't pay for animals, but I did pay for Leo, our cow, who I took from a slaughterhouse. He was taken from the slaughterhouse. The worker called me, had a sick mother. She was full term. Leo was born in the slaughterhouse. I took her. They didn't even split her throat first. They split her belly open, took him out, then split her throat. And they made me pay market price, which was $99 for that cow. And I walked away with that cow, and I don't regret that decision ever. Yeah, that cow is now 6.5 years old. Mm-hmm. He's 6.5 years old, and that money did not go to the farmer. It went to the slaughterhouse worker. It was under the table.
Yeah. And I guess what I would just add to that is that when you rescue, and like you said, each situation is different. You just got to weigh out the pros and cons in that moment. But if you're doing it the reason why I was bringing that up is because Goofy's mom is trying to do a good deed by saving saving these animals, right, by taking them home, but she apparently her mother waits till the animals naturally pass. This is what they already do. And what I was bringing up is that you're still seeing them as a resource, right? It's about that intrinsic and extrinsic value. Instead of saving those just because you can save them, you're only saving those that will give back to you, and that's where it's wrong.
And I mean, there are so many animals for free on Facebook and Craigslist and that she so many animals in need that are free that you should never have to pay if she's just wanting to save animals. And then she can just get word out with the farmers that she takes the injured animals and will help care for them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Goofy, did you want to add to that?
Get back on her Facebook. Yeah, she needs to get back on her Facebook because I didn't know that they had free animals on Facebook either. But we're definitely trying to change. We're trying to change what we do here. So I want to thank you guys for all your insight, and I'm definitely going to tell my mom to come check out Helen's page because I want her to turn her farm into a sanctuary like that.
Yes.
That's beautiful and amazing. So
I love
hopefully
that.
we can really make those changes. And I've been looking at some resources. I'm going to start with Impossible Food and Beyond Meat. Yeah. I'm going to start with those to try to work my way in. Hopefully it'll go good. But I want to thank you guys.
Just remember, season them really good. Season it up with the stuff you like, and it's the bomb.
All right. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming up again. Really, I really appreciate you coming up, Goofy. It was fantastic.
We appreciate you too. Thank you.
And please come back for any questions, either private message or when we're live.
Okay, I am going to private message you for that video for my mom. So be looking for that. But thank you.
I'm actually going to end here, and I'll be right there to the message.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hell yeah. W's in the chat for Goofy. Yes, and W's in the chat for Helen. Helen showing us all that land, all those babies. I also want to say something else that Ben brought up. Thank you, Ben, for bringing this up. This is such great points. Please donate to sanctuaries when you find them, or maybe donate your time, or share their posts, whatever you can do, because a lot of times they're struggling, right? Because they're not using the animals; they're just providing the care. So. Definitely. Ben himself even has a sanctuary. Helen has a sanctuary. Go check them out. Yeah. Definitely.
They rely heavily on donations and
Exactly. Exactly.
Awesome. Well, girl, you're gonna go over. Can you go to use page now or no?
Yep.
I mean, can you get on this
I
page,
can't go up. I can't go up.
How come
TikTok.
you can go up here, but you can't go up on his?
I don't know. So I appealed it. I
would try.
It was my name. I already appealed it. So it says that the appeal has sent, but nothing else has happened. They haven't reviewed it.
Try it.
And it doesn't make sense. But I can. So at first, what it was is they took away my ability to change my name. So my name was a bunch of numbers and letters. So I appealed it. Then that changed. I was able to change my name back. So that's why it's VSL instead of my full name. And so I can't change it again because my tag is still Vegan Stoner Lady. I'm going to say it now since we're at the end anyway. And I think because of that, I can't go on other people's lives until I change it. But it doesn't let you change it for like a month. You can only change it once a month. So exactly. So I think I have this warning until I can change that name again. Yeah, it's a pain.
Nice try.
Oh yeah, I don't mind trying. I just don't want to affect, if somebody is getting a lot of people in there, it'll take them off the For You page. So it reduces, but I don't mind coming up every once in a while if you's okay with that. I just don't want to.
Oh yeah, he doesn't care.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah. Well, I'll definitely be in the chat for sure. Maybe I'll come up. Everyone should go check out University's live. He lets a lot of vegans up there, and it's the same thing as here. We just talk to non-vegans about living in alignment with their own principles. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, girl.
Yeah, appreciate you being up here. Please, I didn't say, but can everybody go follow the vegans that were on this page? Stasia, I didn't even get you to, I wasn't even allowed to get you to talk. I'm so sorry. Were you up here for the last one?
I joined very late, so.
Oh, no worries. Well, then I'll see you probably at U's live, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Okay, well, everyone go check her out. Go check out Lori that was up here. Go check out Ben, the vegan farmer I was talking to, HelenAFVeteran. Who else did I have up here? just follow all the vegans you can find. We're all here to help you, and we just want the best for the animals, what the animals want. All right, guys, have a great vegan day, and I'll see you in Universities Live. Also, Ben's gonna go live soon. Ben, I forgot when that was. People go follow Ben the Vegan Farmer. He's gonna go live, and he talks about topics that aren't typically talked about on most vegan lives. Talks about like what is brought up, the invasive species, or vegan farming, etc. And I just really feel like he has an expertise in that topic, and we need more attention to it, because a lot of people think it's okay to just wipe someone out based on where they come from, and that's just not okay. That's a supremacist mindset. So anyway, okay, everyone have a great day. I'll see you in the next one, probably Friday, 9 a.m. All right, bye. Have a great vegan day.